Sword of Coming Chapter 9:19. The sky curtain in the central area of the colorful world. Two sword lights rose from the ground in Feixiangcheng and rushed straight into the sky. Between the sky and the earth, those high and low seas of clouds were stirred by the sword qi, creating huge vortices. The bright sword light that pulled out an arc-shaped trajectory between the clouds and soil, came to the height of the sky curtain gate, but still tens of thousands of miles away, the sword light suddenly hovered, and two bodies appeared in an instant. Shaped, with a hosta on the head, a long green coat, a yellow hat and blue shoes, and a trekking stick in hand. Each of the two sword repairmen turned into a dozen sword lights, and they swept toward the gate with exactly the same escape method. The speed was so fast that it was better than Lu Xiaozhou. An old man with a clean-looking Confucian shirt stroked his beard and smiled. I have to admit that they only talk about the journey, or their sword ferry is more chic, the sword light flashes, the wind is fast, the world is unrestrained, and it gives people a kind of unbridled look. That's so refreshing. Another old man nodded and said, I didn't have the qualifications to become a sword repairman, otherwise I might not be willing to work hard. These two Confucian temples are responsible for enshrining the sages in the colorful world under the sky. One is the first great wine ceremony of the Liji Academy, and the other founded the Heshang Academy. The two old men, each with a Confucian scholar with their own cultural background, are young gentlemen who need to stay together for 60 years. Now they are recording in detail the changes in time and the movement of the landscape in Jiazi. It was originally to prevent monks from the upper five realms from sneaking into a new world, especially to stare at the north-south gates connecting Tonggizhao and Fuyaozhou, so as not to let the nascent soul monks and the golden-bodied warriors break the rules. In those few years, the two sages of the Confucian temple still unearthed a lot of lucky practitioners and martial arts, and now they are all in the small world of the two old masters, reading the sages and sages in the cold window. When they saw the young hermit who had revisited and returned here, the two old men both smiled a little. Earlier, Chen Pingan passed through the canopy gate of Tonggizhao and came to Wucai World. The close disciple of Wensheng's line was hurried and hurrying. The two sides did not have too much politeness at the time. As for the weird rebel next to the young hermit, who changed his body shape, a snow-white spider was lying on the shoulders of Qingshan, and the Confucian temple who was in charge of taking care of Tonggizhao to accompany the saints, had already passed their anger with them early, so they all turned aside. I closed one eye. Chen Pingan's senior brother Mao Xiaodong is now the director of the Book of Rites Academy, and now the gentleman Wang Zai, who is the deputy head of Wuxi Academy of Tonggizhao, his teacher is the contemporary great wine of the Book of Rites Academy. Wang Zai once came after passing this canopy, on the side of the old man. In words, he made no secret of his recognition and admiration for the young hidden official. The Heshang Academy and the Shanlu Academy in Nanbu Suozhou are the pillars of the sub-sage line. The old man and Qin Chunan are both scholars of the same context, and they are close friends. In the early years, Chen Pingan used to bring the great sword immortal Lu Ji. Teamed up with Qin Chunan, an ethical scholar, to encircle a deeply hidden ascendant demon at sea. Chen Chunan once found an old man in private and said that he never thought that he could do it again, but he had a big wish. With this level of relationship, the two sages who have not actually dealt with Qin Pingan will naturally become close in their hearts. Near the gate, Xiaomo once again transformed into a snow-white spider, staying on his shoulder. Scholars want face. Chen Pingan and the two old men made courtesy salutes, and the two sages who accompany the Confucian temple also made courtesy salutes. One is a disciple of Wenxing, and the other is the last hermit who honors the Great Wall of Jinqi. The two parties talked about the recent landscape of the colorful world. Chen Pingan planned to leave and return to Tonggizhao through the gate. A gentleman with Hao Ren Qi hanging from his waist, Yu Feng rushed over and said with a smile, "Why is Ning Jianxian not with him? Isn't it a quarrel?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, Brother Chuanyu is really free. It can be seen that the relationship between the two parties is good, and it is the kind that can make jokes with each other. This upright gentleman is named Gu Kuang, and his character is Chuanyu. The same Confucian scholar had been to the Great Wall of Jinchi, but he was not the same as Wang Zai, who only served as a war officer at the Summer Palace. Because Gu Kuang was not only a Confucian disciple, but also a swordsman, he was able to fight. Enemy, I know Ning Yao and Chen Sancho very well. They have been out of the city many times to fight side by side. Those Dali who was thrown into the Great Wall of Jinchi by Liang imitated the long sword of Bai Yujing. Gu Kuang was assigned to this long sword named Hao Ranqi by virtue of his ability. Dai Zhang and Chen Sancho chose to travel through the vast world together. They did not follow Feishingcheng to Wucai world, nor did they follow the Dangxian mountain to the Qingming world like Fatty Yan and Dong Huafu. Chen Shi hopes that Chen Sancho can be in the world. Studying with peace of mind, with the magical powers of Chen Sanqia's flying sword, maybe in the future, he can develop a natal character. And Dai Zhang came rushing to Gu Kuang, but because he did not expect that Gu Kuang would serve as the recorder of Wucai Tianxia, the two sides have not been able to meet for so many years. Gu Kuang took off the Hao Ranqi around his waist and asked, Can you please give this sword to Feishing City? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I'm not going to help run this leg. Brother Chuanyu should keep it for himself. How can the favor of Feishingcheng be repaid so easily? As for the imitation by Yujing of the Dai court, it has been used now. There is no longer this Hao Ranqi long sword. Gu Kuang had to resuspend the long sword. If nothing happens, after Gu Kuang leaves here, he will most likely serve as the deputy head of a certain college. At that time, Chen Chunan led the team and led a group of Confucian students to the Great Wall of Jinchi. Among the Confucian children who traveled with Lu Xianyang on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were Chen Shi, a wise man who was a son of the Qin clan of Confucianism, and Qin Jingxiu, a gentleman from Pasuoza Mountain Academy. Qin Jingxiu and Gu Kuang are close friends. Now the former is already in Fuyaozhou, similar to Wang Zai of Wuxi Academy and Wen Yu of Tianmu Academy. They have served as deputy heads of a Confucian academy. It can be seen that these young people, promising Confucian gentlemen, because of their respective brilliance in the war, all walked out of the study after the end of the war. With their military exploits and their own knowledge, they were able to occupy important positions and become the real backbone of the Confucian temple. After opening the door for Chen Pingan, an old master surnamed Jiang shook his sleeves, and a dozen or so people fell out of them. After standing still, they were all a little dizzy. They were detained in their sleeves for many years, each with their own landscapes. The dojo is similar to a study room. There is nothing but books in the room. They were all the people from Tonggishao who wanted to seek refuge in a brand new world. There were 3 nascent soul stage monks, 7 golden stage warriors, and 2 Yuanyu stage grandmasters. The old master smiled and explained, it is the meaning of the Saint of Rites, and troubled the hermit to bring them back to their hometown. Chen Pingan nodded, it's a trivial matter, it's not troublesome at all. On Chen Pingan's side, there was a mellow look. When the old master looked at the 12 people who had violated the ban, he didn't have any good expressions. In these years, you have been studying behind closed doors and you have read a lot of sage books. It is a place for scholars. After returning home, behave well and make up for your failures. If it falls into my hands again, Chen Pingan smiled and said, in fact, they can meet again with Master Jiang, and it's also very good. Since they failed to live up to the crisis in King Shan's old age, then Hao Shou Qin Jing is the only thing that has always been to invest in the military and abandon school to cultivate Taoism. There are few precedents for abandoning Taoism to study literature or abandoning martial arts to study scholarship. If they are made by them, it may be a good talk. Master Jiang laughed heartily, and our scholars speak nicely. At this point, everyone in Tong Yezhou saw one person. He was a young man with knives on his waist and sleeves in his hands. He was young and unidentified. This bunch of Tong Yezha's uncles are used to being domineering and blessing behind closed doors. Even if the old master had just said the word, hidden official, they were still at a loss. It's just that I can't figure it out anymore, and I can hear a little sign. In the Hao Ran monk, there is someone who can let the saint of ritual speak in person. If you heard it right, old Master Jiang had just used the term troublesome. I don't know which old deity is who has skill in beauty and mastery of profound art. Old Master Jiang looked at the group of silly geese and reminded, if the hidden official just passed by here, and he happened to be going to Tongyi's house, someone would drop in on the way, or you would have to read 7 or 8 years of sage books. What are you doing in a daze? You can't say thanks to the hermit. Everyone immediately followed the instructions, but they looked at each other, because they wanted to hold their fists or salute, but they couldn't lower their heads and bend their waists, and they were extremely embarrassed for a while. Chen Pingan looked at the clever people who were most able to judge the situation, and said with a smile, old gods and great masters don't need to be polite. If you don't dare to be or not, thank you and you will be forgiven for fear of losing your life. Another old master said, friends Shizhu may as well show up. This group of people want to pass through the 2 gates, but you still need to protect the way. Wait until Chen Pingan nodded. Only then did Xiao Mo recover his real body, and put the dozens of people in his sleeves. Then Chen Pingan took Xiao Mo along the long river of colorful glaze and walked out of the gate at the Tongyi's house sky screen. After the 2 sword repairers stepped into the gate, old Master Jiang sighed, after the Wudong half dead and clear the frost, it's a mess, it's a mess. In addition, the saint sage remembered something and said in his heart, about Tongyi's house, Zhou Zi had a saying in his early years. What's the explanation? According to the current situation, it is Zhou Zi who is wrong. Old Master Jiang shook his head and said, it seems too early to say that Zhou Zi miscalculated. When the phoenix follows the sky and the breeze, the phoenix trees grow tall, the peach and plum spring breeze blooms, and when the phoenix dies and the autumn leaves fall, the simplicity conveys the truth, and then I see the early ancients. At the canopy of Tongyi's house, Chen Pingan asked Xiao Mo to take the dozens of people in his sleeves to other places, so as not to be eye-catching. As for how they return home from the wind and whether their hometowns are still there, I think this group of people will not be too much. Heart. Chen Pingan and the old master asked again, can you help the younger generation find the trace of the wind kite fairy? The old master nodded, and quickly pointed out a place for Chen Pingan, which was the location of the Fengyuan ferry rushing to Xiandu Mountain. When Xiao Mo returned, the 2 sides turned into sword lights, went to the ferry side, and landed on the wind and kite ferry side. Xiao Mo was a little strange and whispered, Master, Mi Jianxian seems to be in retreat right now, Sect Master Lu himself. Protect the way for Mi Jianxian. Lu Jinglong walked out of the room and came to the viewing platform. Chen Pingan came to him and asked, has Mi Yu found the opportunity to break the bottleneck of the Jade Realm? This sword immortal Mi, as the handle of his summer residence, has a psychological shadow on the matter of retreating and breaking the border. Lu Jinglong nodded and said, it's a matter of time and energy. Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled and said, it is indeed a matter of time, but it is at least 10 years in the morning than Xiao Mo's earliest expectation. Tell me the truth, did you help a lot? Lu Jinglong didn't pretend to be hypocritical, so he roughly talked about the reason. He used his natal flying sword to create a world of emptiness. Put me you in it first, and then draw me yes mind. This is equivalent to watching the roads and seeing the great roads of the day and earth. Transformation will eventually be attributed to one sword breaking 10,000 laws. As for the real mystery here, it is by no means as simple as Lu Jinglong and Mi Yuyan say a few things. Miyu may have seen his life in that world. Why did he hand the sword sharply when he was young, and why he didn't dare to hand the sword afterwards, thinking about it. After the swords of others, thinking of the sword repairmen in their hometown, they lived and died vigorously, coming and going silently. Chenpingon smiled and said, "When I look back, when I am about to enter the Jade Pure Realm, will you also shook hands with me?" Lu Jinglong shook his head and said, "It's just that Miyu is useful to see it, but it's of no use to you. Besides, it's not that I want to evolve the avenue, so I can do it casually." Chenpingon patted the railing repeatedly. "I know. This move must have wiped out Qi Jinglong's long life." Lu Jinglong said, "You don't need to take it too seriously, I actually gained a lot from it." As far as the outside world is concerned, after watching the ceremonies of Xingyang Mountain on Luopa Mountain, the corner of Luopa Mountain, which has always been covered by clouds and mist, finally opened. Although the owner of the mountain, Chenpingon, is also a sword repairman in the Jade Realm, he may still come from the Great Wall of Jinchi. Miyu, the sword fairy, has the highest swordsmanship and the most lethality. Once Miyu succeeded in entering the fairyland, for the entire Aquarius Island, whether it was on the mountain or under the mountain, it was definitely not a trivial matter. After all, any brand new great sword immortal, with the exception of Middle-earth Divine Continent, has a huge impact on the existing pattern of any continent of mountains and rivers. Lu Jinglong suddenly smiled and said, "Anyway, I can help Luopashan and Qin Shanju a little favor and have some wine. It's okay to thank me, or wish me you break the border in advance, and Qin Shanju seems to have there is no reason for rejection, right?" Chenpingon immediately knew that he was wrong. Lu Jinglong made an exception and took the initiative to drink alcohol. He definitely came prepared and cut the line, "Don't worry, I still have something to do. I will stay here soon on the ferry, and I will leave for another place soon." Lu Jinglong grabbed Chenpingon by the arm. "It's just a few jars of wine each, depending on how much we drink, we can't delay business." Chenpingon patted Lu Jinglong's arm. It didn't work, and shook his arm vigorously. It still didn't work, so he said sincerely, "Something really happened." Xiao Imo had to help clear the siege and said, "Sect Master Lu, the son really has a big thing to do. Xiao Imo can only follow, at most, help clear the way, and then he can't protect the way anymore." Lu Jinglong let go and asked, "Where are we going?" Chenpingon said, "Go and take a look at that sycamore tree." Lu Jinglong frowned slightly, waiting to return to the Jade Realm. Chenpingon took a deep breath. "Anyway, the level of realm is of little significance, so I won't delay." Lu Jinglong had to remind, "Be careful." Chenpingon smiled and said, "As long as it's not an enemy at someone's wine table, it's okay." Lu Jinglong wasn't in the mood to gag with this guy, and asked, "In this way, will you be able to catch up with the day after tomorrow's celebration?" Chenpingon nodded and said, "This is definitely okay. If you don't agree, you'll just run for nothing, or the other party doesn't want to talk at all, and you might just have a closed door." Lu Jinglong asked, "Leave right away?" Chenpingon couldn't help but smile. "Go and see the millet grains first. Someone asks me to help me talk." Xiao Mo, wait a moment. If Sect Master Lu really wants to drink, huh? Xiao Mo nodded and said, "Understood." Lu Jinglong smiled and said, "On the day of the beginning of spring, Chenpingon, wait for me." When Chenpingon left Wutsai World, it was already dark. When he returned to Howran World, it was midday. A little girl in black with a golden pole on her shoulders was circling around the bow and stern. While there was no one around, her right guard held a green bamboo stick, and quickly shook her hand with the crazy sword technique. Chenpingon climbed over the railings and came to the deck of the ferry. He smiled and said, "Good swordsmanship." Millet hurriedly threw the trekking stick in his hand to the ground, and immediately felt that it was wrong, and hurried to pick it up again. On the way to the good man mountain lord, the millet patted the green bamboo stick lightly and expressed apology. Chen Pingon said, "I went to Wutsai World and met Mr. Wu. He asked me to say hello to you." Xiao Mili pursed his mouth, nodded vigorously, then coughed a few times, and said with a straight face, "Mr. Wu is very polite." It was as if Mr. Wu was right by his side, and then the two old Jianghu, one big and one small, met each other and exchanged polite greetings there. Chen Pingon bent down and touched the head of the millet grain. Millet's eyes narrowed into crescent moons with a smile, and he held both the green bamboo stick and the golden pole in his arms, holding the sleeve of the good man mountain master with one hand, walking together, and whispered, "I'm back in Luopa Mountain. Prepare more melon seeds, pastries and dried fish." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "You can have it, or millet grains are thoughtful." Millet asked, "Has the good guy forgotten?" Chen Pingon looked down, deliberately looking puzzled. "How do you tell?" Xiao Mili laughed and said, "Thoughtful and thoughtful, my surname is Zhou Lu." Chen Pingon suddenly said, "So it's so, no wonder it's the case. There is no monk that Chen Lingjun dare not provoke in his own Luopa mountain. Of course, there are no elders who can't hold the millet grains." On the side of Feishingcheng, Ning Yao was sitting in a room, giving instructions to the little girl named Feng Yuanxiao to practice. Sitting by the table was a little girl who was carved in jade, who looked very strange and ingenious. She was holding up a seal in her hand and looking at the seal by the light. She picked it up from the table in the wing room of some guy's house, but Ning Yao didn't stop him, just told her to remember to go back. The seal is not large, but there are many seals, engraved with some good luck words: book business, qi, sword, fairy, romantic, fairy, family, love, love. Before Chen Pingon left Feishing City, he left many spring couplets and blessings to Ning Mansion. "I didn't forget to write a plaque and couples to the new wine shop of the husband and wife stall, Chiu Long and Lu Yi. A young man in white who wandered farther away, alone in the night to protect himself from the wind, and when he had nothing to do, he raised his arms high and put his fingers together, bringing out a series of ambiguous colors in the air. At the foot of Luopa Mountain, Xian Wei, who is currently the janitor temporarily, is a fake Taoist and true scholar. Being poor is really poor. Because of Doffing brother, who has never been masked but admired, he left the mountain of books. Therefore, I don't have time every day, either watching the woman named Xin Yuanji, walking back and forth along the mountain road stairs, or looking through the collections of Doffing brother Daifeng's books. Between some pages, whenever there is that, ignore it, there will be a piece of paper between the paragraphs. It turned out to be the amazingly talented brother Doffing. He picked up his pen and wrote down the wonderful content ranging from hundreds of words. My Doffing brother is really a man. It's hot to see straight-up people. A super master, my master. Chen Lingjun came to the foot of the mountain, watching brother Xianwei wrap himself up like a zongzi, shrank his hands and nest on a chair. Fortunately he was carrying a hand stove made by the old cook himself, but brother Xianwei was in a good mood recently. Every day is similar to making a fortune. Chen Lingjun sat on the bamboo chair beside him and smiled. Why is he a cultivator, so why can't he withstand the cold? Xianwei complained again and again, 5-level monks, it's even more difficult to survive the cold weather. Brother Lingjun, you don't know the suffering of the people too much. Chen Lingjun smiled and said nothing. In the past in the waters of Huangting State's Yujiang River, I actually knew something about it. In those years, the brothers of the water gods of the Yujiang River spent a lot of incense in the Shui mansion and avoided several droughts and floods within their jurisdiction. Xianwei asked curiously, when will brother Doffing come back? Chen Lingjun shook his head and said, it's hard to tell, let me ask the master later. I really miss the time Jing Doffing watched the gate at Luopa Mountain. Life is helpless, Men are talented and have no background, women have faces and no backs. Xing Dafeng said. I want to develop a way of thinking for the world's gifted and beautiful ladies. It was also said by the Dafeng brothers. On the Luopa mountain, Zhu Lian, the chief steward, received 2 guests today, Wu Yuan, son-in-law of Yuan, son of Shangzhou Kingdom, student of the national teacher Cui Huang, and now the governor of New Chuzhou. There is also Jing Quan, who left Beijing to become the prefect of Baoshi County. The old cook went to House Han again and gave some tips to the 2 Chao's children. Then Zhu Lian returned to Qianshan, because there was someone knocking on the door at Lianlo Fudi. It was Na Peixiang. Now that Zhang Li's life is not on the mountain, Zhu Lian will be responsible for this matter. After Zhu Lian opened the door, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Pei Xiang's eyes were sad. The long eyes of this fox country master seemed to be asking, "In your eyes, what counts as something wrong? If nothing happens, I can't find you and I can't talk, right? The sadness is like a mountain, all on the brows, and the feelings are like water, all flowing into my heart." Zhu Lian smiled and passed the sleeve furnace in his hand. It's okay to come out and relax. Going to the top of the mountain together, Pei Xiang talked about the current situation in the lotus root blessed land. Zhu Lian didn't say much, just listened patiently. When Pei Xiang had finished talking, Zhu Lian asked her about the current situation of the fox country. While chatting while walking, he reached the white jade railing on the top of the mountain. Zhu Lian leaned against the railing, looking into the distance. The mountain breeze was blowing, and he held the hair on the temple with his palm. Pei Xiang looked at Zhu Lian's profiled face and remembered a quote from the book for no reason. The carved columns and jade masonry should still be there, but Zhu Yangai. A young man named Shi Yuyan finally took a breath from his official duties. He sat by the river with chapped lips. He took out the hip flask and drank a sip of strong alcohol to refresh his mind. The hands full of frostbite accumulated in winter are about to be in the new year and have not healed. This year is doomed to not be able to return to Beijing for the new year, but I just mailed a letter to my family. The Dechong dynasty he was in was extremely upright in rejuvenation. His Majesty, who is in his prime of life, has worked hard in these years, and Dechong is not bad in terms of his reputation on the mountain or his national heritage. However, compared to the northern neighbors Ao Pingzhou, the so-called restoration of the Dechong dynasty in Tongyezhou is the most upright. Naturally, it is only compared with the countries in the continent, and it belongs to the short man to pull the general. Shi Yuyan recently recruited an old staff member who had reached his age. When Mr. Accountant, his surname was Zhang and Xia, the old man claimed to be from a vassal mountain in Xiaolongqiu to the north. Under his hand, he served as the last consecration and served as the accountant in the Huangshui mansion for many years. It was only because a small matter was improperly done, but the Huangshui king did not remember his old feelings. Dismissed, roll up and get fucked. Shi Yuyan turned his head and looked at the aides next to him, and asked, "Old Zhang, you are on the mountain. Although your realm is not too high, you are still a sevuing realm. By my side, what are you looking for?" After Lao Zhang got acquainted with himself before, he took the initiative to go to the door to post and chat with his father once, otherwise he would risk having an extra trainer around him. How would he be relieved? Shi Yuyan's father, who was a book in the criminal department, worked a lot in private to find a few familiar masters to check the details of Zhang Xia. That Xiaolongqiu, in the former Tongyizhou, it may not be regarded as a first-class immortal palace, but now it is a big mountain top that can be counted, not to mention that there is still a big dragon Qiu in Zhongtu Shenzhou as a backer, and there is indeed an inconspicuous lake in that Xiaolongqiu's several vassal forces. In Shui Mansion, there is a Mr. Accountant, named Zhang Xia, and he fits every aspect. And this immortal teacher on the mountain is indeed old-fashioned and has bizarre ideas. Shi Yuyan had a poor friend who was very talented before. He suffered from imperfect imperial examinations and was still unable to become famous. As soon as the old chapter came out, he was successful, and Shi Yuyan followed suit. Lao Zhang's plan was to find a few scholars and famous scholars in the literary world who are famous for their talks. In the land of Jiangyi, in fact, they did not spend a lot of money, and they set up a noisy gathering of ants and noisy literati. Yaji, I hired a few more daycares, pretending to be a vassal merchant, each had a feast on the road, and then asked the friend to pretend to be a beggar, in ragged clothes, holding a broken bowl with a wooden stick, chanting love poems, and begging for wine all the way. When drinking, some merchants embarrassed the beggar and wrote the title, Zhangguan, Green 10, and Push Grip, so that the other party had to sing and sing separately before drinking. The beggar laughed, who knows the pine, bamboo, and rabbit, and then composing a poem one step at a time, he immediately won the applause of the whole house, and went through all the way to the pavilion where the writer is, and even an impromptu poem, which surprised 4 people. After drinking, he drove away, and waited until someone in the pavilion exclaimed his name. Everyone knows this person's surname is very famous, and they regard him as a band immortal, and he will be called to the court and the opposition overnight. Afterwards, Shi Yuyan asked Lao Zhang how he came up with this method. The old staff said that he was just borrowing from the ancient books, ancient people and ancient things. Lao Zhang also sighed at the time. The man in the book was really talented, not so. By tricks. If this matter is still a retreat, another pragmatic thing really made Shi Yuyan admire Lao Zhang. It turned out that he was a half-life guy who had a relationship with Shi Yuyan, and he was doing business in partnership with a good friend of Shi Yuyan. After working for several years, because he took over the business of civil engineering in many places, that friend did seem to have made a lot of money. Back then, he wanted to recruit Shi Yuyan to join the team, but Shi Yuyan was concerned about making money. I was not interested when I was young, and declined, especially after I became an official of the Ministry of Industry. It was even more impossible. After Lao Zhang heard about the incident, he immediately asked Shi Yuyan to remind the friend. Shi Yuyan was skeptical, but he persuaded the friend twice, but the other party did not listen. As a result, the friend is really burnt because of all the books. The money from the outside was taken away in just half a month, leaving only an empty shell and mess for a friend, borrowing money everywhere, tearing down the east wall to make up the west wall, but it still didn't help. And this old man named Zhang Xia is naturally Xiaolongqi's chief guest, Zhang Luzhu. It's just that one is old and the other is young, one is neither like a yuaning old god, and the other is not like a minister of the Ministry of Engineering. From the capital to the place, it's good to say that the food and entertainment at the stations along the way is just as official. It's just that when you arrive at the new location of the company capital, it's really a banquet. The one who really took care of things was the right servant Lang Shi Yuyan. The reconstruction of local towns and the Wenwu Temple and Qinghuang Temple, the renovation of the temples and temples of the gods of mountains and rivers, and the renovation of the royal and official temples in the mountains. As long as you want to do something, it's like there is no end to it. The Minister of Engineering who came out of the matter. Some people who originally wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune in justification, actually encountered such a knowledgeable minister of the Ministry of Industry, but also had a headache. He was not young, and the door was clear. The young servant went south, and many places were modified early. The account books are gone, and the one who asked the court for 10,000 taels of silver has now been actively reduced to 7 or 8,000 taels, and a mountain shrine and temple is directly halved. And all this, of course, is attributed to the old staff around Shi Yuyan. Otherwise, where does Shi Yuyan know the quality and price of the wood on the mountain? However, some of the plaques and couplets that do not cost money are the young servants who use their own family incense, and they were also secretly raised by the old staff. They said that cutting people's money is a big taboo, and they must be compensated by 1 or 2. Show does not hinder the human relationship, not to mention that in the officialdom, it is often more effective to give face than to give money. Shi Yuyan even privately asked his father for help in one of the golden books in Hebo Mansion. Only then was Lao Shangshu cheeky, and a gentleman from the Dafu Academy asked for a pair of calligraphy. The mansion is also the only one who does not cry poor with the Ministry of Industry and ask for money from the Ministry of Households. Therefore, now this little uncle, he who is known for his stinky temper and clear stream, he said that the teacher and minister is an upright official and a capable minister. I greatly admire this servant, and the country must be prosperous. At Luojing Lantern Riddle Museum, Zhang Luzhu and Daiyuan, 2 good brothers who share adversity, first went back to each house, and then began to make their own plans. As the chief worshipper Zhang Luzhu first returned to Xiaolongqiu, made some arrangements, and soon set off for the Dechong dynasty, and finally found the young man named Shi Yuyan, using a pseudonym and a fake identity, given to this young and highly powered servant of the Ministry of Industry. He happily acted as the advisor. The name of Lord Shirlang is pretty good, he is loyal, and speaks art and eloquence. The Shangshu of the criminal ministry is a typical latecomer. Naturally, he spoils this lone seedling. It is impossible for him to give birth to a dutiful son under a stick. Moreover, although Shi Yuyan is unruly, if you put aside that ridiculous thing, he is indeed a top-notch talent among the officials and eunuchs. He is a jinsher in the examination for his true ability and a true emperor's disciple. Zhang Luzhu smiled and replied, "Of course I have taken a fancy to Lord Shirlang's promising future, which is limitless." Shi Yuyan smiled and said, "Lao Zhang, do you have any sincerity when you say this? Do you believe it or not?" Zhang Luzhu categorically said, "Of course I believe it." The young attendant smiled angrily, "I am too entertaining." Zhang Luzhu shook his head. As an advisor to this young servant, the old Yuanying was not aggrieved at all, let alone a general. On the one hand, he coveted the vacant national teacher, and on the other hand, Dai Yuan did indeed return to the prodigal son. Shirlang, temperament, after all, Shi Yuyan, this guy, when he was a small member of the household department, he dared to misappropriate 3 million taels of silver. For a certain fairy, he ranked higher on the rouge list. The flower god Mountain, which was thrown to the blessed land of the cloud grottos, almost lost his head, causing his father to wipe his butt, smash the pot and sell iron, borrow money from various places, and fail to make up all the arrears. If it weren't for the emperor, it would be for the merits of Lao Shangshu's hard work. The old man is also a first-class confidant to help the dragon, and he is capable of governing. He is definitely not the kind of civil servants who can only stand idle and talk about it. The turning point of the matter was because Shi Yuyan could not stand the size of his father, and did not beat or scold him, as if his heart was ashamed, and he was treated as if he had never given birth to his son. From time to time, my mother would deliberately wash her face with tears on Dad's side, and she kept saying that she blamed her lax discipline. In fact, Yuyan is not bad, and she will definitely reform and rehabilitate in the future. It is a glorious lintel of a family of 2 scholars. With our son, we can count on 1 or 2. Only in the capital, because of the lack of so many official posts in these years, the good and the bad are uneven. The sons and grandchildren of my colleagues are from the Qinglu who passed the qualification examination of the 2nd grade jinsher as we did in Yuyan. I'm afraid, your father is still in front of the Shangshu of the Ministry of Criminal Justice. He is the confidant of today's son. Anyone without the imperial court will succeed. Without your father, it will be impossible. The imperial court and your majesty said a few hard words with a loud voice. Otherwise, look at Lu Shangshu from the Ministry of Rights and Ma Shangshu from the Ministry of Households. Are they all right? I don't dare to fart, just remember, these words are the whispers of our mothers. don't tell them, or your father will be difficult to be a man. Shi Yuyan really couldn't stand the atmosphere at that time. Dad didn't like him, and his mother always regarded himself as a child. The young man was angry, so he went out and traveled. As a result, I met a confidant surnamed Zhou, who seemed to be from Aquarius, who claimed to be a true monarch, and left a sincere message to Shi Yuyan. Shi Yuyan felt that he had not met in his life. I have been to such a friend, and there are 3 other immortal coins. After returning to the capital, Shi Yuyan knew that it was Guyu Qian on the mountain, so he immediately made up for all the shortfalls in the household treasury. After that, it was Shi Yuyan who returned to officialdom, but he did not return to the Ministry of Households as an errand, but unexpectedly went to the Ministry of Industry, or became a foreigner. In the capital officialdom, I thought this guy was about to start making some money. Yuyan actually stayed in the archives of the Ministry of Industry all day long, delving into those rather boring civil engineering works and creating paradigms. After a full half a year, he took the initiative to take on a drudgery. I paid my own pockets, asked friends to help find someone, and took a few old water craftsmen and craftsmen who are temporarily at home, and they went out together. Just like the brother Zhou said, there is no reason to be a dude who can be a good boy. It's not a good official who is the best in the world. It turned out to be good. When I was the leader of the gangster and the unfilial son in the capital, my father was at best to teach a few words and teach some officialdom. His hands and feet were full of calluses, but on his father's side, he was still not getting better, and he went back to Beijing several times to report on his work, one by one. But it's much better now. Every time he waited until the young servant left Beijing, Lao Shangshu reminded his son not to forget to eat and wear warmth, tossing over and over again, that's what he said. Shi Yuyan shook his head, don't be stupid, I know the rules of the mountains, you gods who are soaring in the clouds, even if you go down the mountain and step into the red cave of right and wrong, the so-called experience is nothing more than what a strange book says. So the first choice is to be like the Jitsui temple of the Yu dynasty. As a real protector of the country, as a prince of feathers, his status is indescribable. The benefits are naturally inexhaustible. The second class is to serve as an insider offering to the imperial court, similar to the innocence card issued by the Ministry of Punishment in the hands of the Song clan in Dei Song on the Aquarius Island in the north. One more time, it is to be a family official like the chief official of a state or the governor of the water transport, and there are many benefits to be gained if the sky is high and the emperor is far away. If it is given to the Beijing official, even if it is a 6-part chief official like my father, it will be at the feet of the emperor, at best, it will be a real cleansing guest, but at any rate, there will be a bit of glory in the face, and occasionally you may be able to help. Speaking of it, the last one is to take refuge in those wealthy families who have their own wealth. Find me, I am a minister of the Ministry of Industry who has no money to make money, Lao Zhang, you can tell yourself, what's the matter? Of course I want to talk about promotion, but if you want to talk about getting rich, it will be avoided. Old Zhang, if you don't tell the truth today, I dare not keep you by your side. The old staff sighed, now that the matter is up, I won't continue to hide the old chapter. Actually, I am the friend on the mountain who collapsed the true monarch. His surname is Shou and his name is Thin. He is the chief consecration of a small. How did Chou's outer genealogy monk serve as a guest of Aquarius Island's immortal mansion? There are some twists and turns here. When I was young, I was a free and happy mountain repairman. Dragon City, Divine God Sect, Yunxia Mountain, have all been there, and I met Brother Zhou. Although I was only in the Dongfu realm at the time, the monk Tongyi's Hao at that time was in Beipingzu, very beautiful yes, you can be treated as a monk in the Dragon Gate realm. After you separated from you, Zhou Daoyu traveled to the blessed land of the Cloud Caves, and when he returned to his hometown from the north, he specially went to Huangshui Shui Mansion to look for me, and persuaded me to move the dead and live. am not being treated in that Shui mansion. I feel sullen every day. It's better to come to you and say that the Dechong dynasty has met a young man named Shi Yuyan who has great ambitions and will become a book in the future. If I manage well in Dechong Jingqing, I will treat it as an old age pension. Shi Yuyan was stunned for a while, and it was really twists and turns, and it was no coincidence that a book was made. Regarding Zhou Shou, whose Taoist name broke the true monarch, Shi Yuyan had only mentioned it on his father's side these years. My father only said that this person would definitely not be a half-hearted middle 5-level gas trainer. Is it true that the people of Aquarius Chao have both said that it is very likely that he is an expert from outside the world, maybe even a gold medalist? Dawn Land Fairy. And my father didn't know where to get a gossip, saying that somewhere in this continent, there was an immortal master on the mountain whose Dao name had collapsed the true monarch, and he was lavish. In addition to this famous Dao name, he also liked to call himself Longzhou. Jiang Shangjin. However, there seems to be a Longzhou in the north of Aquarius Island. Shi Yuyan was puzzled at the time. Daddy, you are the Shangshu of the criminal ministry. Where did you know these messy mountain anecdotes? Lao Shangshu said that there is an old fairy teacher in the criminal ministry who has been a friend for many years. He is from Qi Mountain. Regardless of the matter, the old ancestor of the Golden Core and the old monk did not deal with the old sect master Jiang of Yuguizang. Every time he received the royal salary, he couldn't beat him. He hurried to the mirror to spend money and yelled at the old thief Jiang. When Lao Shangshu heard about this, he was shocked. In public and private, he had to persuade the few mountain friends to be careful to be found by sect master Jiang, with your little Jin Danxiu. For, Qi Mountain still has to go around without eating, and it will also hurt our court to follow the food and hang out. However, the old friend waved his hand and vowed to say that the old thief Jiang, who is a sexy, would only look at the scenery under a woman's dress in his life. They also said that their gang, although their level of cultivation is not high, but it is a good hand to criticize Jiang Zhe, so it is ranked third, except for the leader, second only to the rich and powerful. The true monarch collapsed. Even Bing Zhenjuan admired him, saying that he was a pure and innocent person, and Bing Zhenjuan also said that if he hadn't relied on a few bad money, he said with conscience, you should be the second master. Hearing what true monarch Beng had said, the old immortal master immediately felt comfortable, second or third, arguing for the fame and fame. Anyway, everyone was scolding Jiang Shangjin based on his ability. Shi Yuyan is not interested in those gods and weird things, the grievances on the mountain, but on the side of Xiaolongqiu where Lao Zhang was before, there is a young girl fairy named Linghu Banana. Shi Yuyan knows her. It's a lot of money, nothing can be done. It's this little girl who competes with the fairy that she likes for the place. Nowadays, Shi Yuyan actually has no idea about Huaihua Place and Yingyan Jianyan. Occasionally in the capital, when invited by friends, he will also go to drink a few flower wines, just to hold a show. The young attendant, who has been in a high position in the temple, has only one impression now, probably in 3 words. Too young. There was a small boat docking in the distance on the river, and there was a boat woman. She straightened her waist and raised her hand in a bun. Shi Yuyan couldn't see her face clearly, but it didn't hurt, that curvy, very seductive. Retracting their gazes, the old fairy teacher and the young official looked at each other and smiled. Shi Yuyan sighed for no reason. Follow me along the way, you can see it, Lao Zhang, you are elegant and elegant, vulgar and vulgar, you can eat bitterness, and you can enjoy happiness. If the gods on the mountain are like you, it is true. I am extremely envious. Maybe someday I will be uncomfortable as an official, and I will follow you into the mountain to practice the Taoism. Then don't despise me for my poor qualifications. Zhang Luzhu smiled and shook his head and said, there was a Shi Yuyan who was an official in the Dachong dynasty, and he would be much better than Shi Yuyan who practiced on the mountain. Shi Yuyan turned his head and asked, so confident in me? Zhang Luzhu nodded and said, of course I have confidence, and I have confidence in my own vision and that of brother Zhou. His mother, Zhang Luzhu, is now chewing out some aftertaste. What Zhou Shou, what Zhou Fei? It is clearly Jiang Shangzhen who appeared at the gate of Taiping Mountain with Qing Shan's sword immortal. As for the guy from Xianda Mountain who calls himself Cui Dongshan, he obviously threw himself to Shi Yuyan's side deliberately. At this moment, I don't know where to hide, waiting to see the joke. This is a real pastime for me too much. As a result, Zhang Luzhu immediately slapped the back of his head, and then was strangled by the old Yuanying's neck by a fascinating young man in white. Frankly explain, are you talking ill of me in your heart? Shi Yuyan turned his head and said in a daze, this is. The white-clothed boy smiled and said, my surname is Cui. I am now a direct disciple of Pushun Yunkatang. I went down the mountain to experience. I just wandered here to meet my old friends. Of course, Chief Zhou and I worshipped brothers. Zhongtu Shenzhou, Daong Dynasty, Jizengshan Pavilion. There is a small lake near the water, the lake is clear, and the fish swims under the water, and there are countless glimpses. This place is forbidden by the ancestors, and even the ancestral biography of the ancestor hall cannot be approached here. The fairy Yunya, wearing a snow-white robe, is looking through two old mansion newspapers. The direct disciple Li Qingzhu used to change his way to find excuses to travel. Because he earned the reputation of Li Shui Piao at Yuanyangzu, it is estimated that in Jiazi, he is not willing to go out and show his face. A young woman came slowly, her face seemed weak at 20 and strong at 15. She did not apply powder, her face was like a peach blossom, and she was radiant in a white silk green dress. Her name is Wei Zi, she is the Taoist companion on the mountain in Yunyao, and she is also an immortal. Yunya put down the Shanshui Dibao, raised his head and asked, how is the progress? There are some things that are a little bit dull. For the sake of caution, neither of the Taoist couples used the flying sword to spread the letter. Wei Zi smiled, it's very smooth. If it weren't for the rules of the Confucian temple, it would not be difficult to turn our Lord of the Master into a puppet, just say that it is a closed mountain, and it must be unconscious. The ancestors of the Jiazing Xiangwen are wide, and the inherited Dao lineages are extremely impressive. Fulu School, Danding School, Green Zhang Baogua, Dragon Vessel Fakyu, Soldier Monk, Pure Martial Artist, and even Sword Repair, all have their own Dao lineage from generation to generation. Passed down, and this Taoist companion in Yunbio has a great opportunity to have a small broken cave sky with strong suffocation, which is the treasure of feng shui that the ghosts of the world dream of, and she does rely on several ancient magic methods in the secret realm. Back then, from a golden core female cultivator who was originally a hopeless nascent soul, she turned to the ghost way to practice, and she has since broken through smoothly, like a broken bamboo. Yun Shao stared at her and reminded, never do this. She stretched her waist. Save and save. The term shunned is the dialect of her hometown. The sect where Nanguangguang is located, most of the background is on the ancestor of the ascending realm, the realm, heaven and earth treasures, and immortal money are all like this. Among the many legends, it was clear that there was no shortage of disciples with good qualifications, but in the end, Nanguangguang only supported a jade pure realm monk to be the puppet master of the embroidered pillow. Even so, Nan Guangzhou died, and died extremely unexpectedly. In addition to the Nan Guangguang who separated the corpse at the gate of the mountain, there is also a line of sword awe-inspiring engravings, the hand blade Nan Guangzhou, the spiritual and blessed land, the sword repair Haosu. At that time, almost the entire Hauran world didn't know who this person was, and how could he slash an ascending realm great monk? Where did an ascension realm sword repairer pop out from? Why are you so unknown? To know that in that fight, an old ascended cultivator died, and even the Zongmen had no time to stop it, and a catch and fight had already come to an end. And when the ancestor Nan Guangzhou walked like this, it was not only a matter of death and disappearance, but the few things on his body were all destroyed by Jingguang. This means that most of Zongmen's possessions are lost at least at once. Zongmen treasury, no matter how tightly guarded, how can an old ascended monk carry it with him and come safely? The old ancestor Shi Nan Guangzhou was unpopular. Those old primordial infants who had no cultivating qualifications but had stagnated realm were full of complaints. So when Nan Guangzhou died and disappeared, a sect, the heart of the people was lost. Those worships, Kuqing, passed the letter through Feijin a long time ago, and cleared the relationship with the sect. Even some of the direct disciples of the Patriarch's Hall were scattered and left to find another job. Anyway, it used to be Nongguang who had money and didn't give it to others, but now Zongmen really has no money. Therefore, when the immortal Yunya takes action, it is nominally to conclude a covenant. In fact, a sect is equivalent to becoming a vassal mountain of the Zhejian Immortal Hall. Of course, it's not that the Jade Pu realm is not afraid of introducing wolves into the room. It is really a helpless act of the two evils, whichever is the lesser. If you refuse the Zhejian Immortal Hall, your own sect will be completely destroyed. Even if the bones are hard enough to take 10,000 steps back, as the sect master, he rejected Yun Ye's proposal. This is nothing. The lean camel is bigger than the horse, but the problem lies in the Yuaning realm brothers who are so angry. We have already begun secretly planning how to usurp the throne and divide the family property. She seemed to think of an interesting thing. She covered her mouth and laughed, her flowers trembling. She finally stopped her laughter, wiped the corners of her eyes with her fingers, and finally imitated the tone of the Jade Pu realm sovereign, and said something to the old monk. My heartfelt words when I was alone, the thing, except for Lao Tzu, from the respected master to the same school, they are all a bunch of people from the upper beam to the lower beam. Yunya just laughed at the words. The preacher of Yunyao, the former owner of the Jizengshan Hall, was once a friend of Nangguangguang on the mountain. The two old monks often traveled together before reaching the ascendant realm, and the two were almost inseparable. Because Yunbi's master was always more like a helper when he was in the same position as Nan Guangzhou, so that on the top of the Middle-earth mountain, there has always been a ridicule of Nan Guangzhou's shadow. Now it is considered feng shui to turn around. There was no longer the white jade Ganoderma lucidum that Yunya carried all the year round, so he replaced it with a snow-white whisk. The Taoist companion in front of him was once an unregistered disciple of the master. Yun Qi was able to successfully take over the post of the master of the pavilion with the Jade Pu realm, and she was able to take a firm position. She secretly contributed a lot. Because she successfully entered the fairyland a few years ago, there is a 9 true immortal pavilion, a pair of Taoist couples and 2 immortals. The Daong Chui dynasty has had the custom of hairpins throughout the country since ancient times, and it has a very good relationship with Baiwa Fudi. Here is another news that only circulates on the top of the mountain. It is rumored that the founding emperor of the Yong dynasty once blocked a turmoil for Baiwa Fudi. Jiazeng Xiangwen sits firmly on the top of the mountain immortal mansion of the Daong dynasty, but unfortunately there is a Zhuolu Song family who is more powerful than the Jiazeng Xiangwen in the Daong dynasty. After the death of Master Yunbei, Jiazeng Xiangwen gradually became a vassal of the Song family. Back then, when the 9-realm immortal hall was at its peak, the master, including the master, rose to the top, 1 immortal, 3 jade pu, plus 4 worshippers, Kuqing, and 1 patriarch hall, and there were 9 monks in the upper 5 realms at the same time. In the Middle-earth Shenzhou, they are all well-deserved top sections. Every 10 years, the Song family of Zhuolu sends a group of children and family-born children to practice here. At that time, any ancestor of the patriarch hall of Jiazeng Xiangwen went to Baiwa Fudi, who was not a guest. Wei Zi asked, "Where is Meishan Jinzong?" Yunyao shook his head and said, "Don't think too much, so as not to overdo it." The wish of Jianzhong Maishan was the granddaughter of the Lord, or the close disciple of an old ancestor. She was even more highly regarded by Liuzhou in Xianshan Mountain. Originally, Yunya planned to let Li Qingzhu and Xuxin wish to become a mountain Taoist couple. Marriage, striving for the sword sect of Maishan Mountain in the bag within 300 to 500 years, and now Yun Qi has no such thoughts at all. Wei Zi glanced at the case and said with a smile, "Why don't you get bored while still reading these two mansion newspapers? These are two Shanshui de Baos from Shanhaizong." Yunmi smiled and said, "Forget it if outsiders don't know, why do you have to ask?" Wei Zi smiled and asked cautiously, "If someone is a guest at the Jizengshan Pavilion someday?" For some reason, when he thinks of this person, Wei Zi will have a lingering fear of being inexplicable. As a ghost cultivator in the fairyland, Wei Zi believes that even if he faces the great master of Longhushan, he will not be like this. And this weird state of mind, Wei Zi has not even spoken to Dao Lu Yunya, just like a dispensable knot. Yunya was silent. At the Battle of Yuanyangzu, the immortal Yunya and the unidentified young Jianxiu fought each other. At the beginning, everyone regarded it as a joke. When he knew that the sword fairy in Qingshan was actually the last generation of the Great Wall of Jianqi after the hermit, it was originally a big joke, but it turned out to be Zhoushan Immortal Hall and Immortal Yunya. They made a feat that was not big or small, but it was a feat of a jade sword repairing a fairy. Of course, it can't be compared to the two-rising battle between Taoist Nin and Nan Guangzhou afterwards. It is not small, because the sword Immortal Qingshan is a hermit. But Yunyi felt that the so-called mountain contest behind him was a world of difference compared to his own, and the level of danger in it was simply not qualified to compare with his own feat. Of course. When I was in Yuanyangzu, Yunyao was like asking Mr. Zheng from Beidasheng. You guys who watch the excitement know what a shit. Yunyi glanced at the D-bow on the top of the case, which wrote a series of actions of the young hermit in the wild world. Mr. Zheng from Baidi City was indeed a 14th realm monk. I have a small regret. In this way, I believe that there are already some discerning people, just like myself, who know this without saying the truth. Otherwise, it's just a young hidden official who is a sword repairer in the Jade Pure realm, who can really toss about a series of shocking things in the wild world. Some secrets are like a book, because they are too cherished and liked, but they are unwilling to lend them to others. If the young hidden official came to the Jizengshan Hall, of course Yunli would be willing to cooperate with Jing Juzhong to continue acting. Besides, is Mr. Zheng letting him Yunyi not want it? In contrast, Yunyi felt that the realms and minds of the two sides were too far apart. Beiju Luzhou, the boundary of the Sanlang Temple. In Luzhou, Beiju, Sanlang Temple is as famous as Henjian Mountain. One is the largest weapons shop, only the futon made in the Sanlang Temple is secretly made. As for the Lingbao Jia, the only one in the world, it's not as famous as that of the soldier Zhouan, but it's cheap and good in quality. Moreover, the military cultivators who are proficient in casting in the Sanlang Temple are notoriously not fond of fighting, and can fight. At the Xianjia ferry crossing, there was a tall middle-aged man. He walked alone on the bustling street after he was busy with his work. The man walked around 2 steps, wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket and an old mink hat, bowed his head and breathed, and finally came to an alley, a familiar small restaurant. Seeing that there was no free space inside, the man put his hands in his sleeves. Habitually bowed and waited in the alley outside the door. After finally waiting for a table to be vacant, a group of guests came to the door. The tall man wanted to speak but stopped, raised his hand, just about to speak, and quickly put it down again. Among the guests who made the first move, there was a guy who had crossed the threshold and deliberately turned his head and looked at the man at the door. the tall man smiled, stretched out his hand and pressed the mink hat, not caring about anything. Of course it was more like not daring to care about it. After waiting at the door for a while, the man looked at the alleyway and waved and shouted, "Xiao Xian, this way." The teenager complained, "Uncle Lu, it's easy to find, how come I picked a fly restaurant that I don't know?" The young man called Xiao Xian by the man was wearing a clay gold robe, and the young man was surrounded by two obedient, clean-looking old men wearing a black robe. The old man saw the tall man at the entrance of the restaurant and smiled. Nodding in greetings, both sides are old acquaintances, and both sides are sword repairers. The reason why he was able to take refuge in the Sanlang temple was due to the secret recommendation of the other family. And the woman who was obedient, with a bow and saber, was in her 40s, but she looked young, and she was quite young for the Wandering Realm martial artist. The man walked forward quickly, smiled and clasped his fists and said, "Brother Lu, girl Fan." The old man nodded and smiled, "Brother Lu." The woman surnamed Fan immediately clasped her fists and said, "I have seen immortal Lu Jian." The man looked helpless and said, "Is it a curse? Just follow Xiao Xian and call Uncle Lu." The woman smiled. The other party was polite. Of course she couldn't be so ignorant of etiquette. After all, this man who looked dumbfounded was a long-famous Yuanying realm sword repairman, and had been to the Great Wall of Jinchi, but unfortunately he failed to break through the realm there. The boy sighed, "Uncle Lu, I haven't seen him for many years." The man smiled and said, "They are all cultivators, less than 20 years, nothing." This Uncle Lu went to the Jinchi Great Wall very early when Yuan Xian was a child. The reason for the deep impression is of course that this elder from Luomihi is not like Jianxiu at all. It's not like a monk from Beiju Luzhou at all, and it's not like a rich man at all. There was an empty table in the small restaurant, and the man took the lead to walk in. The white-haired old shopkeeper was an ordinary man who had never practiced. Of course, he could not recognize a customer who had been to the restaurant once more than 20 years ago. Someone soon recognized the identity of the young man. The group of diners who had robbed the spot before discovered that the wretched diners could actually be at the same table with Yuan Xian. Without a word, they left their money and ran away. "I won't apologize if you don't hit me. Both of us just assume that nothing happened, lest we make mistakes and be beaten." Yuan Xian asked with a smile, "Have a holiday?" The man shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Yuan Xian complained, "As soon as I go out, Grandpa is still talking about you, saying that you don't understand etiquette, so there is no reason to leave behind the gift." The Uncle Lu in front of him is Luomihi Liuxia, and Luomihi and Sanlang Temple are close friends on the mountain, and the relationship has always been very good. The old patriarchs on both sides were close friends when they were young. The man and Yuan Xian asked about the taste and if there are any taboos. Seeing that they are very casual, they ordered a few signature dishes and said with a smile, "Your family has many customers every day, and I don't know if I meet those half-baked ones. What should I say? Grandpa Yuan knows my temper anyway." Yuan Xian smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, Qingshan Shui is too difficult to buy now." Lu Su nodded. The young man said, "Hee, it was hard to trust the relationship, and I found the supreme emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty, and only then bought 2 altars." The man smiled and said, "It's a good material for doing business. The expenses are recorded in the account, and we can take it out now. We just drink it today." Yuan Xian said in surprise, "Is it right here to drink?" Lu Xia asked back, "If you don't pick people when you drink, don't you pick the ground? What's the reason?" Only then did Yuan Xian take out 2 jars of Qingshan wine from the nearby objects. As expected, Lu Xia uncovered the mud seals and ordered 3 more wine bowls with the store associates and began to pour the 3 of them. For a while, the whole small restaurant was filled with the aroma of wine. The woman Takeo smiled knowingly. It seems to be different from outside rumors. Lu Xun once wielded the sword alone, traversing a dynasty in several vassal states, and demolished 7 or 8 patriarch halls along the way. Rumor has it that Lu Xun once held a sword in one hand and slapped the emperor on the cheek several times with the sword, telling him not to bully the honest person. Lu Xu picked up the wine bowl and toasted a bowl of wine with the 3 of them first, but he still didn't forget to let Yuan Xianyu drink something before drinking. Yuan Xian didn't drink too much, and didn't see Uncle Lu. He just took a sip of wine, then winked his eyes and said, "Uncle Lu, a real person doesn't show his face." Lu Xu smiled bitterly. "Know what the other person is saying. That time, I really drank too much." Although it was not a mistake that would become an eternal hate, but now in my hometown, I am often laughed at. As for himself, who has always been drinking too much, he has to blame the second shopkeeper for his drunkenness. He said that he had traveled to Luzhou in North Ju, during which he encountered good things and bad things, but regarding the atmosphere on the mountain, looking at the entire awe-inspiring world. The second shopkeeper had bright eyes at the time, and gave Lu Xia a thumbs up, saying it was this. At this moment, Lu Xia was overwhelming, so he asked for an extra pot of wine, took the wine pot to the second shopkeeper's wine bowl, and lightly touched it, and it was done directly. After that, the second shopkeeper put his arms around his shoulders and said, "Brother Lu, would you like to give his brother a chance?" Lu Xia said that he didn't know this, but the second shopkeeper said that there was a ready-made one. Just copy it, and he would always write well. At any rate, he was the young master of Luomahe. At that time, I was dizzy after drinking, but Lu Xia agreed, and then he had the innocence card. The next day he woke up and went to the shop to check the contents. At that time, he thought it was pretty good. Yuan Xian held the bowl in both hands and smiled brightly and said, "Is it necessary to wish Uncle Lu as the head of the family? Does your kid only open which pot and not lift which pot?" Lu Xia said in a huff, "If you drink yours, I won't drink this bowl of wine." Luomahe owns an intercontinental ferry to do business on Iazhao. After being requisitioned by the Confucian Temple, he quickly bought another one. As a result, Luomahe took the initiative to hand it over to the Confucian Temple. It is said that Lu Xia meant it. In the family ancestral hall, after arguing hard, there was an elder who said that Lu Xia is now the head of the family. In fact, the entire 16th house of Lu Xia, Mahe, is very clear about one thing. Lu Xia is not interested in the position of patriarch at a young age, and who does not want Lu Xia, who is the most convincing, to succeed the patriarch? Lu Xia guessed it was done at that time, and he said on the spot, "Can you stop me as the master of the house?" As a result, the elder said directly, "Okay, that's it, I can't stop it, and I won't stop it." Good guy, dare to love the entire ancestral hall, waiting for Lu Xia's words. In the words of the old patriarch, it is a good deal to trade a fairy for a patriarch. However, Lu Xia reached an agreement with his grandfather that he had to wait for himself to enter the Yupu realm before he came to abbot the family affairs. Of course, Sanlang Temple knew about this. The old patriarch of the Lu family had sent a letter from Feijin a long time ago, showing it off with an old friend. Lu Xia suddenly asked, "I heard that girl Fan has been to the southern battlefield." A female Wufu named Fan Yu, with a slightly guilty expression on her face, nodded and said, "I don't give much effort. It's like going through a cut scene. I will punish myself for a bowl." Lu Xia raised the wine bowl and said, "The same is true for me on the Great Wall of Jinqi. Then we will all go." Fan Yu once went to the battlefield of the companion capital in the middle of Aquarius Island by himself, and it was a far-reaching realm from the Golden Realm over there. It's just that she almost failed to return to her hometown alive. Once she was trapped in the battlefield and was covered in blood. She was quietly targeted by a mountain martial artist of the wild monster clan. When her life was hanging by a thread, Fan Yu was called by a name. Jing Qian's female grandmaster was rescued. To be precise, it was the female grandmaster nicknamed Jing Qingming who grabbed his shoulders and threw Fan Yu out of the battlefield. Later, she made a special trip to the door to thank her. At first, the senior was very polite, but she was only polite. Only after learning that Fan Yu came from Sanlang Temple in Luzhou, Beiju, especially after Fan Yu claimed to be the resigner of Yuan Xian at Sanlang Temple, she still remembered that scene clearly. Only Jing Qian's eyes widened and his face was revealed. Unbelievable strange expression. It's just that Fan Yu didn't dare to ask much at the time. After all, the other party was not only his lifesaver, but also a great master who was able to question Chao Ci 4 times in succession. Yuan Xian put down the wine bowl and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Lu, are you very familiar with the hermit?" Lu Xia thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, it's slightly better than that kind of nodding acquaintance, and it's not really a good friend. Lu Xia is neither short of money nor easy to gamble. The second shopkeeper sits in the farm a few times without getting mixed up. Besides, he is also a boring gourd. When he drinks at the wine shop, he can't be a wine holder, even that one. With a small summer money and an altar of Qingshan Jiushui, you can't even think of paying for it yourself, and no one should learn from the Fengshui Temple Great Sword Fairy Wei and Jin Dynasty. What's more, Lu Sun has never paid attention to matters such as clothing, food, housing and transportation in addition to practicing swordsmanship in this life." However, Lu Xia said that he and Chen Pingon were just a bit better than the nodding acquaintance, and Lu Xia was humble. He couldn't be more serious. Every time Lu Xia went to the wine shop, as long as the second shopkeeper was present, he would take the initiative to invite Lu Xia to drink together. "Of course, every time I am very diligent, I will ask if I want to have a pot of Qingshan wine. I finally kept it for you. If I don't drink it today, it will be bought by Wei Dajiangxian at the beginning of next month." Yuan Xian continued to ask, "I heard that his name is Chen Pingon, from Aquarius." The old man and the woman Wu Fu looked at each other. "Have you traveled to Luzhou, North Ju? I heard the second shopkeeper said about it." Yuan Xian quickly took a sip of his wine and was shocked. Because back then, he, Grandpa Lu, and Sister Fan, the three of them traveled through the Valley of Ghosts, and arrived at the bronze lake recorded in the Relaxed Collection. Yuan Xian was rushing to the rare beetle called the fish scale at that time. It is golden, with double wings, and the sound is like a mandarin duck. It is said that monks can eat without being entangled by any nightmare, and a family elder of Yuan Xian just needs this thing. Yuan Xian was obsessed with fishing, otherwise he was young. There won't be the reputation of Yuan Ichi. Once you hit a nest, the water will rise by 1 foot. In the Sanlang Temple, there is a sister who Yuan Xuanda called Grandma. She is successful in monasticism, has skill in her beauty, and has a beautiful appearance. She has passed through the mountains with Lu Sui and Sun Qing in the Kaik mansion. She still admires the peak master of the past year, Lu Jinglong. And these 3 fairies are among the top 10 fairies of Luzhou in Beiju. And the Sanlang Temple, who has been stuck in the nascent soul realm for many years, has been trapped by the nightmare, so that he dare not retreat and break the realm. How is Cheningguan personal? Xiao Xian, what are you asking about? Just curiosity. Hearing this, Lu Xia narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to cover the white bowl with half a bowl of wine, and said solemnly, "Yuan Xian, either stop here, or follow the words carefully." The old Jianshou surnamed Lu and Fan Yu, who is a martial artist in the far travel realm, felt a sense of suffocation at the same time. The old man is also a sword repairman in the nascent soul realm, and in this realm, he is more than that of Lu Xia, but until this moment, the old Jianshou had to admit that he is too far apart from the mule Ma has sword repair Lu Xia. Ns. Just as Fan Yu was about to explain to the young man, Lu Xia squinted, and Fan Yu had to shut up. Yuan Xian didn't care about the sudden tension, and smiled. Uncle Lu, you have to toast me a bowl of wine, because I knew Chen Pingon earlier than you. The boy once met a young ranger wearing a hat. The opponent was a pure martial artist, but he was wearing a robe at the time. But it seems that he is also a sword repairman. When the two parties parted, the other party once said with a smile, "My name is Chen Pingon and I am from Aquarius." Sword of Coming Chapter 920. Chen Ping accompanied Xiaomili to patrol the ferry, and two ferry stewards came to face each other. Dressed in a snow-white robe, she has a long life. Because she wants to participate in the next celebration, she temporarily serves as the chief steward of the Wind and Kite Ferry. Over the Sun. As a second hand on the ferry boat appointed by the young mountain owner, the old ferry Jia keeps himself clean from head to toe. He has a clean appearance, a beard and hair like snow. The old is considered to have moved out of the bottom of the box. Now he is wearing a robes, walking on a cloud shoe, and a small jade chime around his waist. This is a blind old Taoist who bought it from the Chaotu shop in Qilong Lane in his early years. My favorite spiritual tool, on the jade chime, the mound is simple, and the ancient seal is inscribed with a line of tiny characters. The wind blows the chime, I recite the yellow chord, the golden sound and the jade vibrate, and the heavens respect each other. Standing next to Chongming, Jia Sheng was a little behind, and he struck a door with Chen Pingon, and said respectfully, "See the Lord of the Mountain." As for the pair of lotus roots on the feet of the old god, they are one of the gifts given by Mr. Xiaomo. Chen Pingon explained with a smile, "I just took Xiaomo and walked around the colorful world together before I came back." Jia Xing said with regret, "Miss Shanju didn't come back together." Chen Pingon nodded, "She wants to retreat and can't get out of her body. Besides, with her current status, she is not suitable for frequent travel between the two worlds." The old sighed, "The marriage is fixed by the sky, and Yu Lao arranges it well. Even so, it is still a lot of gathering and separation. The mountain owner and his wife have worked hard." Chen Pingon just hummed, smiled, and said nothing. Zhongli Changming glanced at the young mountain lord, and said empathetically, "The son is in business." The two sides met for the first time in the prison of an old deaf child, and it was considered the dojo of the criminal officer Hao Su. There are women in dressing clothes by the stream. At first glance, they look like two beautiful Murano beauties. Time flies, the sun and the moon are like shuttles, unknowingly it has been for many years. At the beginning, the two young Jinsho who were thrown into prison by the eldest sword fairy had their own destiny. Du Shanin became the only direct disciple of Hao Su, with a simple and gloomy temperament, and became the disciple of the old deaf child. As the incarnation of Gu Yuqin Zuqian, the girl finally left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with her master Hao Su, under the pseudonym Ji Qing, followed Du Shanin, traveled through the vast world together, and once appeared in the night ship Appearance City. Back then, the white-haired boy once said the word current to help the hermit ancestors see their true faces, only to say that Jiqing, her skin at that time showed an ancient faint turquoise color, on her forehead just like opening a small skylight. It was the beginning of her birth of the world with this kind of money. Chen Pingon hesitated to speak but stopped. Longevity smiled and said, "The sun is in urgent need of gold, fine copper, and a thing." In the same language. Chen Pingon is no stranger to gold and copper coins. It can even be said that the young kiln workers in Nipping Lane had seen more gold and copper coins in the small town than the real gold and silver circulating in the market. In the past, as the passing money to enter the Liju cave, there were three types of gold, fine and copper money, namely, the Spring Festival money, the support money and the victory money. The first three kinds of fan money coined by the invitation of the Mo family's great son, Chen Pingon, guessed that it was mostly the handwriting of Mr. Far from being the Dali imperial court of one country and one continent, with the superficial background of the Song family back then. He couldn't ask Mo Jiajue to help make money. And these three kinds of money are the world's first-class finest gold and copper coins. It's only because the Song family of Dali was very strict at that time. Every bag of money is equivalent to the left hand and the right hand. This has not spread to other continents. After the Lizhu cave fell to the ground and took root in the earth, it was reduced from one of the 36 small caves to the rank of blessed land. Some three types of gold and copper coins secretly minted by the Dali court, the Song family treasury, began to gradually disperse, quietly. Sound paid off part of the mountain debt. According to the white-haired boy, the money of the ancestors in the world is often in pairs. If they can manifest themselves and give birth to wisdom, they are the world's first-class immortal couple. Chen Pingon no longer kept hiding, and said frankly, "My destiny flying sword Jing Zhongyue, if you want to improve your rank, you have to refine a long river of time. On the side of Feishing City, Ningyao gave me a gift. Logically speaking, it is enough for me to create a long river of time, but this kind of sword refining is not the same as the general situation, it is a bottomless pit." Long Life smiled, and softly asked, "This is a matter of greatness. It can't be simpler and clear. Why should you be embarrassed? Is it only for the state officials to set fires and not the people to light the lights? Or is it that we only allow the mountain owners to set fire to the mountains? One person is diligent and conscientious, the swallow holds the mud, and supplements the family. Don't allow others to do a little bit for the mountain lord." Chen Pingon choked for a while. In fact, the truth is not said so. If it is just a normal exchange of immortal money, Chen Pingon is of course not at all embarrassed. It is just gold, fine and bronze money, which involves long-lived Tao cultivation. Chen Pingan's cultivation of the moon in the sword well is the more the better. In fact, it will live longer. What's more, there is no other way to improve the realm, but to eat money, and only eat gold, fine copper. A bit similar to the gods of mountains and rivers, they can only rely on the incense of the world to temper the golden body. Besides, all the Taoist magic methods in the world are vain. Changming smiled and asked, "As the law of the Laupa mountain palm, does Changming rely on the realm? Chief Zhou is a sword repairer in the fairyland, Mi Yu is about to become a fairyland, and the Lord Chui is a fairy, then how should I manage? Why not step down as the leader and hand over to the immortal Midajian after breaking the realm?" The words of the two sides of Luopashan Mountain Lord and Zhongli did not deliberately conceal them, and did not use their heartfelt words. Obviously, they did not regard old god Jia as an outsider. Jia Xing listened to the side really, but just listened to it and felt bad. The long-lived Daoist became angry. And the first time I was angry, it turned out to be rushing to our mountain lord. It is indeed the law of the downfall of the mountain palm. Put yourself, how dare you? Changming continued, the two unexpected gains before and after, if you don't follow the sun, or even if it is something close at hand, how can Changming be in the bag? In the jail of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, after the hidden officer and the criminal officer had finalized the matter, he was given a long life with a new identity. He once used his own magical powers to turn the corpses of the gods scattered around the world into golden sand and pile them up into mountains, big and small. It is equivalent to a dragon cliff in Ningfu, and its scale is quite impressive. In the end, the remains of the gods were honed out of the golden sand by the long river of time, attached to the clothes of longevity, and condensed into a rare and valuable robe. Why does Changming seem to be within easy reach of these close road opportunities, but in the long years, she has never been involved in it? Of course, she should not act like this, nor dare to do so, even if she was the maid of the criminal officer at the time. 1. But if the boss Jianxian didn't acquiesce, and the old deaf children didn't allow it, these private property belonging to the Great Wall of Jinqi, the criminal officer Hao Su in Chongqing, would not be taken away. According to the estimation of Huawei Tianma, that veritable golden mountain, resting in the Qingming world, can refine the pure golden bodies of 3 or 4 Jiangsu Wei Jingxin and Shanquanfu monarchs. The second time, it was in Luopa Mountain, where the mountain lord's senior brother Jun Qian once handed his fists with the cross-border remnant at the Sky Curtain in Aquarius Island, and it rained heavily in the Beiyue land boundary. At that time in the jail of the Great Wall of Jinqi, longevity was far closer to the young hermit than Ji Qing. It was a kind of blessed soul that was in harmony with the Great Road. Chen Pingan had to say, "Then I won't be polite to you, and I will discuss specific matters when I return to Xiandu Mountain." Seeing some doubts about Chongming, Chen Pingan explained, "I will take Xiao Imo to the far door soon." Millet has been standing quietly beside the good man mountain master. Chen Pingan touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "This trip is also due to the careless words of the right guardian. Beiju Luzhou, Sanlang Temple, and Ali restaurants." Just because Yuan Xianduo asked a few things about hermits, the atmosphere became dignified. Lu Xia still kept that palm covering the wine bowl, and asked with a smile, "Is it old knowledge?" "How to say?" Fan Yu asked, "Grandpa Lu, really don't need to inform Sanlang Temple over there." Yuaning Lao Jinxiu said in his heart, "It's okay. It's not even a misunderstanding. Don't make a fuss. In fact, Lu has his own concerns. Don't mess with someone like Lu Xia. When talking well, everything is easy to discuss. When not talking, don't talk about Yuan Xian's grandfather. I am afraid that even the head of the Lu family of Mule Mahe will not be able to stop Lu Xia. Then don't be self-defeating, just wait and see the changes." However, it can be seen from the beginning to the end that Lu Xia, who only calls that person the second shopkeeper and never calls hidden official, is not disrespectful to Qin Pingan. What is only slightly better than a nodding acquaintance? Who believes? Only Yuan Xian, still like a okay person, smiled and asked, "Uncle Lu, I heard that Chen Yingguan is a sword repairman or a master of martial arts." According to the list that year, as one of the 10 young people in the world, the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi is a sword repairer in the Yuaning realm and a martial artist in the Mountain realm. Lu Xun moved his hand away, took a chopsticks with hot and sour Chinese cabbage, and nodded. "When I first arrived at the Great Wall of Jinqi, the second shopkeeper was actually not a sword repairman, but his boxing skills were indeed very high. I heard Huang Shou said, too, the shopkeeper traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time when he was young. It seemed that he had lost 3 games to Chao Ci. Later, when he returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chao Ci had already left the hut at the head of the city. I have witnessed the whole process in those 2 questions." Yuan Xian asked again, "Does Chen Yingguan like to wear robes with a sword on his back?" Lu Sun no longer drinks, just picks up vegetables, likes to chew slowly, and slowly said, "Normally, I don't wear a robe, but when I get to the battlefield, I like to wear a few more." Many local sword repairmen of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially if you are the younger generation, you will learn the same way. If you don't think it's a shameful thing, it's important to save your life. Maybe you can earn a lot of military exploits. As for the second shopkeeper, he wears at most a few robes, which has always been a mystery. At that time, the second shopkeeper had already gone to the summer palace as a hermit, and couldn't ask him. The term Nan Shou Chen Bei Yin Guan is not widely spread now, and you will understand the meaning of this statement in the future. On the battlefield, I would rather meet Ning Yao than a hidden official. It's not a joke. In addition to the close disciple Lishen of the great ancestor of Tuoi Washan, there is also the fairy embryo of the sword in Jiaxin. Suffering. And now that Jian Firen, who is the savage co-master, has also secretly calculated the second shopkeeper. Doesn't seem to be the same. In my impression, he is a very polite person. Is that the same name and surname? And I've also been to Luzhou, North Jew. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Lu Xia frowned slightly and said, Yuan Xian, can't you speak more easily? Yuan Xian laughed, and then he stopped going around in circles, and talked to Lu Su about the details of his visit to the ghost mythical valley. How did he meet the sword-backed ranger wearing a hat and a robe in the Tonglu Lake? I even invited the other party to go fishing together. I can see that the other party and myself, the Yuan Ichi, are genuine fellows. Yuan Xian wanted to go fishing on the trip. The silver carp planted on the mountain known as the Little Lake Dragon grows 1 catty a year. After 100 years, 2 dragon whiskers will be born, which must grow 1 inch every 300 years. When it grows to 1 foot, the carp can walk away from the river, and the young ranger, who is both a pure martial artist and a sword repairer, behaves in a veteran manner, treats people and things without leaking, and when the two parties parted, he praised himself as one. The old rivers and lakes. When Lu Sun heard this, he smiled. The second shopkeeper is just to be polite with you, don't take it seriously. Yuan Xian languished and took a sip of wine. Fan Yu and Lao Jianxiu looked at each other and smiled, and Lu Xie really got it right. Yomo believed the boy's words. Lu Sun put down his chopsticks, raised the bowl, and faced the 3 of them. He didn't say anything, just drank it in one fell swoop. Yuan Xian also learned something, biting his scalp, and drank half a bowl of Qingshanshan wine in one breath. The 2 of them were relieved, and they also raised their drinking bowls and drank 10 points together. Xiao Xian, when I have time, I will take brother Lu and girl Fan to Luomahi as guests. Lu Xia stood up and folded his fists to bid farewell, and finally smiled and said, remember to check out. Yuan Xian waited until Uncle Lu walked out of the small restaurant, and then took a deep breath. Obviously, it was not as easy as it appeared on the surface. The old man laughed with his heartfelt voice, Master, now you feel the power of a bottleneck sword immortal in the nascent soul realm, right? Yuan Xian nodded vigorously. The talented Uncle Lu made the teenager feel too strange. The man walks alone in the alley. Some things, like drinking, have great stamina. It's like having been to the Great Wall of Jinqi and Qiufeng Temple in Baya Pingzu that has not been occupied by anyone, a wandering weird ferry on the sea, Jinjia's ancient immortal gift to the mountain city Guanhelu, and Fuyazhou's hidden treasures of infinite business opportunities and wealth. Mineral veins, among the 4 seas, many old Longgong sites and Xianfu sites that have been lost for many years continue to emerge. This is the result of the Haoran world bordering the wild world, and then briefly connecting with the Qingming world. There is a female sword immortal in Sinyulongzong who came to sign for Yun some time ago. It is Nailan Saihuan of the Great Wall of Jinqi. This has relieved the battered cloud signatures in recent years. Yun Xian is not good at handling sect affairs, so Yun Xian did not hesitate to follow the secret agreement of his early years, and took the initiative to resign from the sovereign without saying a word, giving way to an outsider like Nailan Saihuan, and acting as the master of the rule. Fortunately, the Yulongzong today is no longer the old-fashioned big sect. The old system of the ancestors of the ancestors and the ancestors of the ancestor hall have long been in vain. With the addition of the predecessor Lord Cloud Sign, it is the only one to go to the 5 realms. The monk, coupled with Nailan Kaihuan's background in the realm of swordsmanship, were shiningly there, so the change of the suzerain was fairly smooth. Nailan Saihuan also brought a group of confidants and joined the Yulong sect. There were only 6 of them, 3 sword repairmen, 3 ghost repairmen, and 6 of them were all earth immortals. Only in the newly built Patriarch Hall, a simple scribble resignation and succession ceremony was held. To be honest, Yun Xian did not invite any important monks. In the early years, he took the disciples of the sect to travel to the east of the three continents, and did not accumulate too much mountain incense. Today's meeting in the Patriarch's Hall is over, and the monks with chairs have dispersed. They go back to their homes. The advantage of the few people in the sect is that a monk in the Dragon Gate realm can easily occupy a large sea island to open a dojo. Only one clan master is left. Nayland Saihuan was sitting in the chair of the leader at the moment, leaning her legs carelessly, flipping through a thin book of landscape genealogy. In the early years in the accountant of Chen Banzai, the old lady was the same virtue, who can control it. Of course, Nayland Saihuan will only converge a little when someone comes to Upside Xianshan to check the accounts. In fact, Nayland Saihuan came to Yulongzong's first meeting at the Patriarch's Hall. As soon as everyone heard her name, they had no objection. Of course, it's not that I didn't really have it, but I didn't dare to have it, or I didn't dare to have any expression on her face. Chop it to death on the spot and throw it out to feed the fish. To reason with you. Nayland Kaihuan's flying sword and realm, as well as her consistent behavior style, are just unreasonable on the table. You know, on the battlefield of the new lord's hometown, Nayland Saihuan, Qi Shou, and Miyu, who won the nickname of me in the nascent soul realm, are all the same methods of killing monsters, extremely bloodthirsty, tyrannical and cruel. None of the monster cultivators who fell in their hands had a good end. Therefore, Nayland Saihuan, together with a cloud sign with a gentle nature and soft words, two suzerains, is one heaven and one earth. Nayland Saihuan finished reading the Patriarch's genealogy with a few eyes, and had to read it again, squinting at the cloud sign, and asked with a smile, I heard you have looked for the Shuijing Palace several times. The cloud sign was a little guilty, and he said with a face, it's all gone back in vain. Nalankai was irritated and didn't fight. Are you a fool who has treasures on the ground when you are a wild monster? Yunqi, with you as a master of discipline, I am really fortunate to have this sect master. Yunqi blushed slightly and said nothing. Even if she has heard it, anyway, she has not listened much in her life, from the former sect master, to the members of the Yulong Ancestor Master Hall, and even some qualified juniors, even inside the Shuijing Palace. Yulongzong was built in the Shuijing Palace on the upside-down mountain in the early years. At the beginning, Jiang Yunxing, the guardian of the upside-down mountain, directly overturned and fell into the sea. Knowing that the possibility of her finding the Shuijing Palace is extremely small, the cloud sign still has a trace. Fortunately, he tried several times and dived into the bottom of the sea, but failed to find a trace. In his sect, aside from the Yupu realm monks who supported the scene, there were only 5 Earth Immortal monks, for Jin Dan, and only 1 Yuaning. At present, there are only more than 90 genealogical monks recorded in the Patriarch Hall. This is the cloud signing to bring together the islands of the old sect and vassal, otherwise it will be even more bleak. Among them, the old Yuaning, when Yun Xian ran to win in a few years ago, actually fell into trouble, shamelessly put forward a suggestion, saying that as long as she signed with Yun Yun as a Taoist companion, he would be willing to serve as the consecration of Sinyulongzong. Take out all the family background, if she can't save face, then he will take a step back, and it is okay to have a few nights in the spring festival and rain. If this was the Yulongzong who had always respected the female monk in the early years, a Yuaning monk of the tribal forces, who dared to talk so much, it wasn't about death. Yun Qian also knew that he was indeed too weak in character and had an empty realm, otherwise the senior sister who killed Guojue would not be sent to the Fallen Mountain, and he was only in charge of a water palace in name. Yun Xian never intervenes in specific business transactions. The monks in charge are the confidants of the senior sister's line. The so-called annual check of the account book is just a formality. It is ridiculous to say that Yun Xian is mainly worried that if oneself appears too irrelevant. I will be reprimanded by the senior sister for not caring about the affairs of Shuijing Palace. Nayland Saihuan squinted and said, that old woman was absent-minded just now, so she didn't listen to what I said. She looked sneakily and often glanced at you. Did you talk to you, and whispered something? Yunshi shook his head, nothing. Nayland Saihuan frowned and said, Yun Sine, don't forget who is the sovereign now, and you will answer honestly what I ask. Yunchi still hesitated for a long time, and finally said it vaguely, only to say that the former sect masters the law, hoping that he can ignore the previous suspicions, and help each other in the same boat from now on, let the Yulong sect rise again. Nayland Saihuan sneered and said, if I don't come to be the sect master, I will only be able to get that old guy to succeed sooner or later. Yunchi blushed, embarrassed, and glared at the bare-mouthed woman sword immortal. Nayland Saihuan tweeted endlessly, looking at the female nun from head to toe. Yunxian looks thin, but she has a plump body, and she looks cold, but she has a natural and charming appearance. Probably this is Humaizi, but it is not the kind of tricky tricks all the time. Recruit bees and butterflies. Nayland Saihuan took out a jug of wine and started to talk horribly before drinking it. If it weren't for a lady, I would definitely be greedy for you, take a bath for you every day, and smear your whole body with a halotzi every night. Yunshi was trembling with anger, holding the handle of the chair with both hands, and said angrily, Nayland Saihuan, please speak carefully. Yo, I didn't call the sect master, I just called him by name, and it seemed that I was very angry. Nayland Saihuan curled her lips, it's really uncomfortable. You can only hide from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Yunchi took a deep breath, sect master, don't make this kind of joke again in the future. Nayland Saihuan glanced at her ups and downs, then looked down at her chest, and said in a low voice, people are more popular than others. Yun Xian began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Nayland Saihuan closed the genealogy booklet and wiped her neck across her neck, seemingly joking. Yun signed, otherwise I will help you get rid of this nascent infant who only eats and doesn't do anything. It's meaningless to keep it, it's bothersome and unsightly. The main reason is to get a large amount of fixed salary in vain every year, which makes Nalan Kai feel distressed when he thinks about it. Yun Qian immediately opened his eyes and said with a flustered expression, you can't behave like this, even if you just resign from his patriarchal status, you need to find a valid reason, otherwise it will be difficult for us Yulongzong to attract new worship and guests. Even if someone is willing to take refuge in us, do we really dare to accept it? Yun Xian looked serious, and said solemnly, Nayland Saihuan, although I am not good at business, and I am not suitable to be the master of the overall situation, but I understand a truth. If something is slightly uncomfortable, I will use it. Killing this way to solve the problem is absolutely undesirable. If you insist on doing this, no matter what, I dare not let you continue to be the sect master of the Yulong sect. Whether you scold me to usurp the throne, or say that I abandon the oath, I will to make this clear to you, I would rather Yulongzong fall apart again, and the monks are displaced. Even if you completely lose the first name of the zone because of this, I will never allow myself to hand over a sect to a monk who likes to kill indiscriminately. I will never watch Yulongzong go astray. Nayland Saihuan leaned back, tilted her legs, leaning on the back of the chair, silently, tapping the handle of the chair within turn. Yun Xian stared at her with firm eyes. Nayland Saihuan smiled suddenly, okay, I'm just joking, I'll take you seriously. That Yuaning, I will be reasonable with him, and I must learn more from you, with a kind of peace of mind. The attitude, the pleasant face, the gentle and drizzled tone ensure that this Yulongzong's four hands can be taken care of, and it can be used by my Yulongzong. I must have done what I said. Looking back, I found the old Yuaning and asked him if he wanted to die. The fool wanted to die. That Yuaning wasn't a fool and definitely didn't want to. Then she could ask the second question. Can she practice more in the future? Zhongmin can do more things to earn money, and they can save a few kilograms of holotzi for our Zhanglian signing. The old Yuanying may be duplicity, then give him a sword, small wounds, and no murder, then the old Yuanying will have a long memory. Finally, I asked him one more question. Do you dare to leave Yulongzong secretly? Do you want to be a Shanzhua Yeshio who dines and sleeps all year round? Yun Xian asked tentatively. Sect Master is really kidding. Nayland Saihuan was a little helpless. Just by her name, she knew the mind of the cloud sign. Nayland Saihuan was a little reluctant to tease and bully her, so she changed her mind and said in her heart, I'm actually already in the Jade Pu realm. They are just right to ask the sword. You remember to keep it secret. Yun Xian quickly got up and was about to congratulate the Lord. Nalan Kai smiled and said, I just told you to keep it secret, please sit back. Yun Qian had to sit back in the chair obediently, with a cheerful expression on his face, as charming as a girl. After Nayland Saihuan left the Great Wall of Jinchi, he first went to the Shanshui grottos on Fuyao Island, claiming to be from the Dangxian mountain Chunbanzhai, took over the sect, and then started business with a secular dynasty next to the mountain. The native female cultivator of Fuyao Zhou, called Gongyan, her realm is not low, she is in the Yupu realm, but in the eyes of Nayland Saihuan, this kind of harem cultivator from the clan genealogy is almost the same as the Yunqi. In someone's words, it's just a realm of paper and bamboo strips, but Gong Yen, the anti-Gong Yen, is not good at fighting, and her business is pretty good. Anyway, Nayland Saihuan knew that Shanshui Cave was not a place to stay for a long time. She sold the property with her left hand, and recovered the god's money and the treasures with her right hand. She quickly made a lot of money. Of course, she didn't dare to take it all in her pocket, but only collected it. 20% of the benefits, the rest is given to a gentleman in the Confucian temple who is in charge of the money. It seems that he has been promoted now, and he is working as the deputy head of an academy in Fuyazhou. It is not that Nayland Saihuan thinks about the money, but that he is worried about being settled by someone in the fall. Although the young hidden official didn't restrain her, Nayland Kaihuan's way of making money would still be measured and dare not go beyond the boundary. After she emptied the heritage of the Shanshui caves, she traveled all the way north, successively to Jinjiazhu and Luxiazu, and still traveled all the way to business. Speaking of Nayland Saihuan, just a square inch of things, she carried 6 with him, not to mention there are 2 things that are close by. Nayland Saihuan asked with a smile, our hidden official, you have signed a cloud and Yulongzong, but you have great virtues. Have you thought about it? How can we repay you in the future? As soon as Yun Qian heard about this, she seemed very assertive, but she was about to speak, so she listened to Nalan Kai's old manner and began to say those undecent words, it's better to be more straightforward. Sue. What if you can't see people? Yu Yulongzong, isn't there a secret that is extremely difficult to cultivate successfully, isn't it? I heard that even your senior sister failed to learn it, but it's you. Silly, it seems to be hailed as Furong warm tent, cloud and rain state. Yunqi sighed, and simply stopped talking. That young hidden official, how well strategized, how high he held his own standards, but it is a pity that he has not been able to see it with his own eyes. The person who wanders at night, where's the stars and where's the moon? For some reason, Yun Xian has heard some rumors about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and every time she imagines a young foreigner in the wine shop, amidst the hustle and bustle of the people, she feels that when he lowers his head to drink, she will look extraordinarily lonely. Yunqi and Nayland Saihuan walked out of the Patriarch Hall together with their own thoughts. Within a few days, distinguished guests came to the door, and the Yun Xian was no stranger. It was Xiao Yunyan, the sword fairy of Chunfanzhai, and Mrs. Yan Yan from Meihuayuanzi. If you add Liu's Yuanxian mansion, the 4 private houses of Upside Down Mountain in the past can be made up. Mrs. Yan Yan was going to take a trip to the green plum view of Nantang Lake in Aquarius Island, and planned to meet Zhou Qianglin. Without the of the sword fairy, Mrs. Yan Yan herself would dare to wander around alone. So I passed by the Yulongzong who changed the dynasty, and Mrs. Yan Yan was surprised that Nailan Saihuan became the suzerain inexplicably. Xiao Yunyan knew about this early, so it was not surprising. In Yulongzong, Mrs. Yan Yan and Yun signed a conversation about the past, and Xiao Yunyan and Nailan Saihuan walked side by side. In the previous Spring Fanjai account, besides the two of them, there was Yan Ming. In addition, Wei Wenlong was in charge and Mi Dajiangxian was in charge. Look at the door. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, in fact, it hasn't been a few years, but it feels like a world away. Nailan Saihuan smiled and put it away, except to talk to her about money, she had nothing to be interested in. Xiao Yunyan said something in his heart. Nailan Saihuan was shocked, and blurted out, what? Seriously? Chen Pingon can actually engrave in the city. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, believe it or not, it's a big deal, you look back and take a look for yourself, it's not a few steps away anyway. Nailan Saihuan sighed heavily, and said helplessly, believe it or not, it's not weird to put it on that guy. To tell the truth, Nailan Saihuan was really embarrassed by the young hidden official, not much better than Mrs. Yan Yan. Both of them have suffered sturdy suffering in each other's hands. Does this guy have any hatred with the good-looking woman? But he was on the cloud signing side, so he took care of it. Nailan Saihuan suppressed the shock, and began to pull strong, and invited Xiao Yunyan and Mrs. Yan Yan to serve as the guest of the family's sect. Since they are all acquaintances, it hurts feelings to talk about money. Xiao Yunyan's swordsmanship skills are based on the many sword gourds grown from that bunch of gourd vines. If you rest on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it's only average, but in the Howran world, he has good connections. Xiao Yunyan didn't care if he had a more famous guest status. There are some kind of wealthy monks in the upper 5 realms who enshrine a lot of titles. And Mrs. Yan Yan had a good relationship with Yun Qian in the early years, and of course there is no objection. Xiao Yunyan did not stay in Yulongzong for a long time, but only stayed for 2 days, dragging the Lady Huayan who wished to live there to continue traveling across the sea. During the period passing by Luhua Island's lucky grottos, Mrs. Yan Yan began to wander around again, and Xiao Yunyan had to remind, are you really visiting the mountains and playing water? Mrs. Yan Yan cast a wink. The hidden official didn't give a definite deadline, so I'm not in a hurry. Getting along with Qin Ping'an is only good, fair in business, and very refreshing. Xiao Yunyan finally stopped Mrs. Yan Yan. Instead of going to the blessed land of Yuguazong's cloud caves, he chose to take an intercontinental ferry halfway and head straight to the old dragon city of Aquarius. At the boundary of Nantang Lake, Mrs. Huayan glanced at the ruined plum trees. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyebrows, and said, it's so terrible, how can it be so terrible? The hidden officer gave me a big problem. Because of that bunch of gourd vines, Xiao Yunyan is half an expert in cultivating plants and trees, and even more entertaining than the average farm monk. Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, it's really difficult, but it's not good. Don't force it. The hermit will not mind. Mrs. Yan Yan smiled, no. It's normal for Xiao Jianxian to fail, man. Xiao Yunyan turned a deaf ear. Just said, either you don't intervene, if you really want to help King Miguan restore his old appearance, you will spare no effort. Mrs. Yan Yan rolled her eyes and said, I want you to say it. Together, the two of them crossed the surface of Nantang Lake and headed to the island where King Miguan is located. Falling out of the gate of King Miguan, the concierge is a young girl in the cave realm. Mrs. Yan Yan handed out 2 famous posts that had been prepared a long time ago. They were made of red paper and written on a line of lacquer, Mei Tiao, the owner of the road number Mei Hua. Xiao Yunyan glanced at his famous post and smiled helplessly. Xiao Shansher. It's a very elegant name, and it doesn't even have a Dao name. Mrs. Yen Yen smiled and said, we are from Nanpa Suo Island. I heard that the plum blossoms in Nantang Lake are so beautiful that I came here admiringly. She pretended to look around. Hearing is worse than seeing. The little concierge girl looked embarrassed. Isn't this visitor joking? Xiao Yunyan refused to let Mrs. Yen Yen continue to talk nonsense, and said with a smile, in passing by the precious land and discussing with Qingmei for 2 bowls of plum soup. The girl asked cheeky softly, the 2 guests, besides the famous post, do you have a Shanshui pass issued by Dolly? If it was in the past, the Qingmei view was not so particular about it, but now it is different from the past, and the Dolly rules are placed over there, and no one dares to take it seriously. Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, yes. He took out 2 copies of the customs clearance on the mountain from his sleeve, and used it at the sex ceremony of the Luopa mountain that year. Moreover, the dragon-elephant sword sect settled down in Nanpa Suozhou, and he and Mrs. Yen Yen were both practical. The genealogical monk is now out, and of course he will carry the Guan diary with him. Xiao Yunyan's share is of course his real name. Guanjiao needs to indicate the top of the mountain as usual. Mrs. Yen Yen used a pseudonym, surnamed Mei and Chinka, and gave herself a Taoist name, Huangxian. The girl was already clever. When she saw the dragon-elephant sword sect above Guanzhong, she was shocked, her eyes widened, and after she was sure that she was right, she immediately returned Guanzhong and hit Xiao Yunyan with a Taoist inspector. Yen Yen gave a blessing and respectfully said, I have seen Xiao Jianxian, Mei Jianxian. Don't care about the other party's realm, as long as it is the genealogical monk of the dragon-elephant sword sect, shouting sword fairy, surely that's right. No matter how ignorant, the girl also knows the dragon-elephant sword sect, which is an unattainable sword sect. Qi Lao Jianxian from the Great Wall of Jianqi leads. There is also a female great sword immortal named Lu Ji in the sect. I heard that there are very few disciples in the sect today, and without exception, they are all sword fairy embryos. Anyway, they are all big people who are far away. I never thought I was so lucky, and I saw 2 of them today. Mrs. Yen Yen couldn't help but laughed and covered her mouth with a smile. Oh, I'm respected as Xiao Jianxian. The girl was timid and changed her words, sword fairy Xiao. Mrs. Yen Yen worked hard to hold back her laugh. Xiao Yunyan became increasingly helpless. Leading 2 distinguished guests all the way to see the master, the girl took the courage and asked in a low voice, Xiao Jianxian, Mei Jianxian, do you recognize Mr. Liu? Nowadays, there are countless female cultivators in the world who admire Lu Ji. This female great sword immortal, whose hometown is clearly vast, but unique, always regards the Great Wall of Jianqi as her hometown, and can regard Jianqiu as her hometown. With outstanding combat exploits and distinctive personality, it is rumored that Lu Ji has grown to be an overwhelming country, and is one of the 10 pinnacle sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He can participate in the legendary discussion of the city head. Today, the monks in the world have heard a lot about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, because too many people like to talk, and more people like to listen, so there is a saying that, a meal can't tell you everything. For this young maiden cultivator, more interest and thoughts are still in Lu Ji. Of course, there is also Ning Yao, who is said to be a pair of gods and family members with the last hermit. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, there are not many people in our sect, so of course we recognize Mr. Liu. Mrs. Yen Yen stretched out her hand and rubbed the cheeks of the girl next to her, and smiled. I admire us alone, Mr. Liu. Xiao Nizi is really good-sighted. The girl blushed. There are many withered plum trees in the view of a green plum. The dead trees are like spring, and countless new branches bloom in an instant. Mrs. Yen Yen said heartily, I have lost my life for 300 years. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, I'll talk to Master Hermit by myself. Mrs. Yen Yen immediately changed her words with a guilty conscience, at least 200 years. I didn't know what I said, but with the temper of hidden officer, I will definitely come here to check it out. 120 years, 1 year less, my surname will be with you. The false report is 150 years. I don't think the problem is big. Xiao Yunyan, you don't know how to face one set and another set behind, do you? After all, we are the same door, don't we have this trust? Don't blame me. I will take it seriously. Forget it, let me explain to you. In fact, it was meant by the hidden officer. You are allowed to make false reports of 20% to 30%. Chidu waters, Dayunling, mountain shrines and temples in the middle of Aquarius Island. In an instant, the mist rose and filled the temple. An uninvited visitor came to the mountain temple today, and saw the woman covered in a mask, with a slender figure, a long sword hanging from her waist, and a golden sword ear. A strong and extremely strong aura of water luck, if it weren't for the opponent to suppress the water god's atmosphere deliberately. Do Yen, a small mountain with a low rank, probably feels like a mundane drowning suffocation. Do Yen recognized the identity of the other party, did not dare to neglect, and immediately walked out of the golden statue of the god, and hurriedly changed into a mountain official gown that he hadn't worn for a long time, so as not to lose courtesy. Just now, he took a closer look, and besides the other party's hanging sword, there was also a standard waistcard of the Dali Ministry of Gifts, which was the font of the patriarch of the Shui Zhao family that day. Chidu Cheng Chenhao, Yang Hua. After landing, the mountain Jin made a salute, Diyunling Douyin, pay homage to Chidu Cheng Chenhao, Shengwan came here, and the little has lost a long way to welcome him. Yang Hua nodded indifferently, and glanced at the incense burner on the long table at her feet. It seems that it is impossible to give birth to the incense villain based on Dai Yunling's own mountain fortune. It's just that the stability of the dragon veins and roots of the Dai Yunling mountains made Yang Hua a little surprised. If we say that the foundation of a sect depends on the number of Kaifeng Dixian, then the courtyard depth of Dada princes such as Yang Hua depends on the number of temples and temples within the jurisdiction. Whether there is an incense villain in a landscape temple is the most intuitive threshold. Once you cross it, you will be able to feed back the golden body and improve your rank faster. Therefore, the importance of the incense villain is similar to that of the monk's golden pill. Dou Yan was still worried about the situation of his friend Sun Wenqian. The mountain gave up all the obscure officialdom, and planned to bite the bullet and go straight to the sky, and open the skylight with Chang Chenhao to speak up. If Yang Hua really personally asked the guilt today, jump to Bo. Then, Do Yan and Dayunling could share a few points for Tsin Hebo, so they cautiously asked. Ho Jun came to the humble house, but because of Tsin Wenqian's changing the river into a lake. Do Yan is really not guilty of conscience. Without the permission of the Dali court and the Chidu mansion, he would dare to build a lake without authorization. Yang Hua turned a deaf ear, and took the lead to cross the threshold of the ancestral temple and walk towards a bamboo viewing pavilion built on the edge of the cliff. The invisible woman Dadi Ho Jun, after stepping into the pavilion, with one hand down, holding the hilt with the other hand, looking at the Taobo River, which has been completely dried up due to the diversion, and not far away is a border with the Dayunling Mountains. Tsin Wenqian's brand new lake, the water is clear, and many aquatic people who originally jumped into the Bo River were not drawn into the lake by Tsin Wenqian's water method. The diversion of the Dada this time is of great importance and involves a wide range of people. There are as many as millions of people who need to leave their hometowns. Therefore, Dali Capital and the accompanying capital jointly transferred a total of 5 servants from the 3 departments of Li, gong, and who, and specially prepared a temporary yamen for the diversion of Dadu, and jointly supervised the matter. Zhongyue and Changchun Linlishan and the two governments were responsible for the coordination. Only to say here, the 6 tributaries of the river including the Tiaobo River have been abandoned. Except for Tsin Wenqian's good luck and a blessing in disguise, he got a lake that fell from the sky. There is no need to migrate to another place. The water gods and Hibo of the other 5 tributaries can only honestly follow the established plan of Dei and have to abandon the original temples and water houses. The position of the golden body must be changed, or leveled to another high-level water god's mansion, to serve as an official of the water mansion, or to lower the golden jade genealogy to serve as the new river god, and the loss of the migration of the golden body. The Dali court can only give a certain amount. Gold and copper coins can make up at most 70% to 80% of the gold body, and the rest can only be filled with local people's incense. Fortunately, in the misfortune, it is this kind of migration that requires water gods to post mountains and mountain gods waiting. Although it hurts the spirits of the mountains and waters, it will not hurt the roots of the gods. Dou Yan followed Yang Hua tremblingly all the way, and he became more and more drumming in his heart. Seeing her posture, did she really have a guilt with Master Tsin Wenqian? Regardless of the officialdom, no matter when I meet a new boss, I like to ask questions about the roots and roots. For example, the rich and noble children would ask the surname of the county. If you are from a poor background, you should ask the mentor, the imperial examination teacher, and the house teacher, especially who the old master is. Dou Yan is not that dead-headed friend my neighbor, Tsin Wenqian, whether he was an official during his lifetime or a heroic deity who became a shelter after his death, he obviously needs to be more active. The incense accumulated in the officialdom of the landscape is also more, and the gossip should be more informed, so listen to it early. Speaking of the rumors and deeds of this Changchun Ho Jun, he has a big background and a bigger backing. The land of Dali Jingji, a group of big and small immortal mansions, seems to be called the Changchun Palace. One of the old ancestors is also one of the tomb guards of the Longxing land of the Dali Song clan. It is rumored that the Queen Mother Nanjian from Yuzhang County, Hangzhou, was a queen when she was a queen, and she had left Beijing on an order and set up Qingshou at the Changchun Palace, and Yang Hua was the confidant maid of the Queen Nanjian. After a few years, Yang Hua, the of water of the Tiefu River, now happens to be the Changchun Ho who fills the gap for Chidu. Coincidence? Who doesn't envy? Although Yang Hua's water rank remains the same, she is still the 3rd-rank water god, but regardless of whether it is in the jurisdiction of the waters or the real power, Yang Hua is undoubtedly promoted. This is like the head of the Shao Juqing Yamen of the imperial court. How can he follow the official ranks? The same 6 servants are on par. Moreover, the Tiefu River is located in Old Longzhou, the mainland of the Dai dynasty. The boundary of Longzhou is a place where gods and spirits gather. It is also a neighbor to Piyin Mountain where the Lord of Beiyue sits on a continent. The Fugui County, which is similar to the officialdom of the mountain, is sent under the fence, so it is of course of first-class beauty to come to Dadu to be an official in the middle of the continent. Regarding the temporarily vacant Tiefu River god of water, some said it was promoted from the Sanjiang god of water in Hongzhou town, or it was transferred from outside. Dou Yan doesn't really know how much Ho Jun's anger can really bear for Tsin Wenqian, Xiao Dai Yunling. The first thing Yang Hua did when he assumed the post of Dadu Changchun Ho was to give all his subordinates a decree to the gods of mountains and waters, without them having to come to congratulate him. Therefore, there are still many masters of Ziqing Huang in the southern border of Dali, and even this Changchun Ho Jun has not been able to meet. Because Yang Hua intends to travel to the mountain shrines, water palaces, earth temples, and city temples at all levels on her site within 2 years, similar to private visits in a microservice, without notifying any temples in advance, she will personally examine the number of gods and gods in various ways. After 2 years, all subordinates will be called up, promoted and demoted. Should she be rewarded or punished, everything should behave according to the rules of the home mansion, and all the subordinates of the home mansion who are lazy and appointed, local. If you think you can lie on the merit book and enjoy your blessings, just wait. According to the new regulations promulgated after the Confucian Temple meeting, except for the ritual system of the Jinyu genealogy, it almost completely copied the Dali dynasty. In addition, the Confucian sages have also formulated a landscape ordinance. The 3 high-level water gods and 1 or 2 Shuizheng Gongbohao can be proclaimed on all continents. At present, there are only 1 marquis and 1 uncle in Chidu of Aquarius, Yanghua. The Marquis of Changchun, the drizzling uncle of the water dragon in Fengshui cave of Qiantang River, there is no water in Aquarius Island, who can obtain the Duke of Dada Shuijun, and the position of Shuizheng is temporarily vacant. Nowadays, the sages of the Middle-earth Confucian Temple who held the abbot of Hauran's landscape enclosing ceremony, such as the 4 Sea Kings and the Middle-earth 5 Sacred Mountains, will be personally shown by a certain deputy head of the Confucian Temple. Dada Gong Ho Bo is a wine ceremony presided over by a certain academic palace. Then the next step is Shuigong Si Yi and Yizhou Local Academy Mountain Leader. Leaving the Tiefu River, which has only a mere rank and a false title, and there are not many things that can be done, but now a mighty central Dadu, 40% of the waters are under her jurisdiction, and in the officialdom, that the Qiantang chief Old Jiao who established the Taoist temple in Fengshui cave is just the emperor's seal as a drenched man, which is even lower than her Changchun marquis. As long as Chidu has no public suffix for a day, Yanghua will blaspheme many water gods. The first one. The Dali court did it deliberately, that is, to let the water of one continent compete for that prominent position based on merit and personal experience. Yanghua retracted her gaze, sat in the pavilion, and did not deliberately let the Doshan sit down, as if she was so approachable. Do Yen just stood up and answered, "Whether you are qualified to sit down depends on your ability." If it is a question and answer that makes her extremely dissatisfied, can you Do Yen keep the position of the Daiyunling mountain god? Next, she and Do Yen asked a series of questions, such as the increase or decrease in the number of households in the Daiyunling area, the taxation and granary reserves of several prefectures and counties, and the cultural and educational achievements of several Shangxian precepts in recent years. The recompilation of various official and private archway buildings, post-road repairs, and how to dispose of some yizhuangs after they are out of service, are varied. Yanghua not only asked extremely detailed questions, but also the number of childbirths in the last 10 years. Whether the above increase or decrease is evenly shared within the specific prefectures and counties, what is the situation? Yanghua asked them one by one. In short, all the cultural, educational, property, and commercial matters on the Daiyunling boundary, in a dozen categories, Yanghua would pick out 2 or 3 questions each. Do Yen could barely answer most of them, and Yanghua was obviously dissatisfied with some of the answers. For Do Shanshan, who stood aside respectfully answering questions, pointed out the omissions or slight deviations in the numbers on the spot. He heard Do Yan's scalp numb, and felt that he was just a waste of schoolwork. The school Mengtong met a teacher who is rigorous in teaching. Here I will check my homework carefully. This made Do Shanshan feel anxious and a bit weird. He started to admire his old friend Sun Wenqian. Anyway, Sun Hebo would only be quick and clear when he encounters similar problems. The reason for Do Yenchue remembered the strange stranger he had encountered before, a green-shirt guest who was mistaken for an official of the Ministry of Industry of Dali at the time. When he first appeared on the banks of the Bo River, he even made fun of Sun Wenqian. Hearing that it is called a yin and yang strangeness, what is it that Sun Hebo really has a weak temperament, disdain to operate, and doesn't care about the amount of incense? The people along the way of jumping on the Bo River, there are only 2 rules, who were born in the same jinshi for 200 years. Could it be something that is equivalent to a leak of the examination questions, remind in advance? Is it because he is very familiar with Changchun Ho Yanghua's style of acting, so he reminded Sun Wenqian and himself early? I was still treating it as a joke at the time, and I felt that the guy talked roundly and cursed Sun Wenqian. He was quite relieved, but it turned out he became a joke now. Yang Hua was quite satisfied. After all, she asked 30% of the questions beyond the scope of Shanshan's position. It can only be said that the flood of Dayunling Mountain Shindo did not bring me any surprises, but it was no problem to get a duty test. Yang Hua suddenly said, I heard that Sun Wenqian served as a transit envoy for a country before his death. Dou Yan carefully brewed his words. Ho Jun Mingjian and Sun Wenqian were able to stand out from the crowd. Only as the minister of the Ministry of Industry, he was able to deal with the various illusions and interests of the capital and the local government, and finally led the water transport dredging and the preparation of the granary. I have been in office for 3 years, and the results have been fruitful. I dare not say anything about the merits of the ages, and only say that Sun Wenqian's posthumous title of Wen Duan is not wrong. Yang Hua was silent. Dou Yan was also helpless. The senior officials crushed people to death. What's more, the official titles of the two sides were very different. Most importantly, Yang Hua was a Changchun Ho with a high position and power. Therefore, Dali Court would not interfere too much in many affairs. Yang Hua turned her head and glanced at the old site of the Po River, and said with a smile for no reason, I heard that the old fish who jumped into the Bo River in the past had the reputation of chewing flowers and eating flowers. Some apricot sea bass inevitably has small regrets, betraying the great poems left by so many literati and poems in history. Dou Yan was overjoyed. It's just Yang Hua's next question that made Dou Yan feel like falling into an ice cave in an instant. Sun Wenqian received an official document from the inspectorate of the Shui mansion before asking the Hebo mansion about the specific reason and process. Why did he not reply for a long time? Dou Yan scolded his mother in his heart, but he did not dare to scold the officials of the inspection department of the Ho mansion for acting impartially. Nowadays, there are 2 plaques in the Dada Marquis mansion of Changchun, Dada Marquis mansion and Bishou Palace. One is the official position of the imperial court, and the other is the Shanshui Daochang where the gods opened the mansion. There are 16 departments set up as usual, of which the Shuifu Inspection Department is an important government office that is often a major event once dealing with it. Before the Ho mansion received a letter from Dayunling, the end of the letter was printed with one party's private seal, Chin 11. The result was almost a moth. Although it says, Changchun Ho Qinqi, on the cover, it's not the kind of gives enlightenment or Dao enlightenment that is generally more polite on the cover. But the subordinates of Shuifu who are responsible for sending and receiving official documents and letters, how dare to receive a letter casually, seeing the word Pro-Chi on the cover, and dare to send it directly to the dignified prince, the master of a mansion is so stupid to let His Royal Highness Ho Jun open the seal with his own hands. Moreover, the sender was the sacred Dou of the Yunling Mountains. The subordinates in the Shui mansion had to go through the file entries before they knew that it was a sesame-sized mountain god. This was a mistake. The subordinates who received the letter first found a Ho mansion as usual. The assistant official in charge of the matter opened the letter together under the witness of this official. Since there were not many old people from Tiefu River and Water Mansion to Dajuhu Mansion, and Yang Hua didn't have the habit of being cronyism, so he used some new faces dispatched from Dali accompanying capital. Most of them were extremely lucky and accepted. The old water gods and Narcissus who benefited from the diversion of large and small rivers, even if they are not promoted, can be regarded as Ho Jun's close ministers in the end. In short, it is the right and wrong of the Shanshui officialdom. There are several officials of the Water Mansion who are not low-ranking, and they are not dealing with the little he boats in Wenqian. They have always had grievances, not big or small, and most of them are not pleasing to the eye. Qin Wenqian's temperament is high, and one of the chief officials in charge of the archives department probably felt that he had found a golden opportunity, and immediately took the criminal evidence to find a colleague of the audit department. The latter was responsible for his duties. I sent a letter to Taibo Boatsen Wenqian. The content was sternly worded, and it was basically official. Among them was something that Qin Wenqian had to make clear. The one who claimed to be Chao Xianshi but sealed Qin Shishi. The person, who is his true identity, and from what mountain. When the chief of the inspection department reported the matter to the Chang Chunhao, Yang Hua did not say anything at the time, but did not ask the inspection department to immediately send people to the Diaobo River, otherwise the inspection department would only wait for the new Chang Chunhao to nod and arrest him. That Qin Hebo who built the lake without authorization and opened up his private turf is now. But deep down in Yang Hua's heart, she had no thoughts of holding the auditing department accountable, but in fact she was already very annoyed at the official revenge of the chief of the water mansion. If she had only received the secret letter, Yang Hua would have read it and would throw it aside. When nothing happened, Yang Hua would ignore it, and she would just assume that she had not received the letter. Maybe it will be directly handed over to the Queen Mother Dolly in the capital for disposal. She is not familiar with Luopishan at all, and has nothing to do with Qin Pingan. Yang Hua is at best acting impartially, rewards and punishments are distinct. As long as the Dayunling Mountain God and Tiaobo Hebo do not violate the rules and prohibitions, that is the best. If you want to let yourself take care of the two landscape prospects in the future, Qin Pingan thinks too much. As a result of the trouble in my own water house, the inspectorate directly sent an official document similar to Shenwu Taibo, and also bypassed Douyin Dayunling, which involved Qin Wenqian's need to disclose the identity of Qin 11. She had no choice but to take a trip to Dayunling and Diaobo River in person. Otherwise, the young mountain owner who is clearly on the Luopa mountain has already written a letter and greeted him, but Yang Hua did not deliberately caress about Dayunling, and Qin Pingan could not fault it. Then this matter, it was deemed that Shui Mansion and Luopa Mountain had revealed their hearts in one go. But now that Yang Hua Mingming received the letter, he still let his subordinates in the water mansion and deliberately make things difficult for He Boatsen Wenqian. The nature of the matter changed. If it is improperly handled, it is equivalent to his Chongchun Marquis Mansion, heading to the Luopa Mountain. Slap in the face. It's not that Yang Hua is not at all incomprehensible, and she no longer wants to cling to Luopa Mountain, nor does she want to have a relationship with Luopa Mountain because of this. Had to send a letter to the Dolly court, and soon she received a secret letter from the palace of the capital. But they are all from the Chongchun Palace. Of course, it is the handwriting of the Queen Mother Dolly. There is just one sentence in the letter. According to the letter, the Chongchun Shuifu can treat Dayunling and Tiaobo River well, provided that it does not violate the Dolly Shanshui etiquette system. This made Yang Hua relieved. It's just that she can't help guessing, Qin Pingan, is this guy calculating herself? Otherwise, he could send a letter himself, why let Dayunling Douyin do it for him? Especially in that letter, deliberately in terms of identity, vaguely, what distant relatives are inferior to the neighbors of the old Longzhou, written with clouds and fog, especially the sentence, wandering away all the year round. I have never been able to visit the Tiefu River Water God Mansion. What else is, now that Dadu is busy with official duties, only when Ho Jun is spare time, he knows. The kid dares to go to the house and harass. Do you want to be shameless? As long as Qin Pingan writes his identity on the envelope, who dares to embarrass him? I'm afraid I just got the letter, so I don't need to open it. I guess I will feel proud, right? What's more, nowadays in the immortal mansion on one continent mountain, who doesn't worry about you Qin Pingan, a young sword fairy who likes to demolish the ancestor hall of others, if you send a letter with someone, only the words, question with the Lord, will be written in it. Although Yang Hua's face was never seen, Do Yen always felt that Lord Ho-jun seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Yang Hua stood up and said, Do Yen, since he is a mountain god, he should be a blessing party. In the future, I must continue to work hard. I need to know that the officialdom of Shanshui is not exactly the same as the officialdom of the mountain under my dolly. We all perform our duties, do a lot of things, and don't pay attention to things. But as long as we are within our own jurisdiction, monks in the fairy mansion on the mountain, the prefectures and counties on the mountain, we need to pay more attention to everything. Do Yen hurriedly said, the little would like to follow Hujin's teachings. Do flooded in the officialdom, he was afraid of his superior's retreat, instead of being pragmatic. After Yang Hua went to the old site of Taibo Temple, he met the young Confucian student Hebo Sin Wenxian. When Lord Ho-jun asked about the official documents sent by the inspection department, Sin Wenxian only said that he would just go according to the rules, and he had nothing to explain. Yang Hua said with a smile, the bones are too hard to be an official. Uncle Xiao he still looked calm and replied, the bones are not hard, so what kind of parent official, should the common people only respect the scent and filial piety, and can't see the ancestral tablet official? Yang Hua sneered and said, it's easy to be an upright official, but it's embarrassing to be a good minister. Do Yen can say your words. Just saying it from Sin Hebo's mouth is a bit funny. Sin Wenxian was silent. The saint said that his life is also prosperous, and his death is also sad. He was a tired official to the official book of the Ministry of Ritual. After his death, he gave the Crown Prince Taibao and received a beautiful posthumous post. Sin Wenxian is indeed the ultimate grief and glory. My heart is hot, I just hit a wall time and time again. Being an official is actually more difficult than when I was alive. I watched the government in the dark, the monarchs and ministers were faint, and the surrounding landscape colleagues were crowded out everywhere. They joined forces with the temples and martial arts to suppress the Chaobo River. Behind Mingzhong there are the reading seeds of Chaobo River's secret lanterns, all of them will be relocated. In the end, they will be titled on the gold list within a few years. In the end, Sin Wenxian can only be depressed and frustrated. Yang Hua didn't bother to talk about official business with Sin Wenxian. The he uncle would occupy the lake and enjoy the blessings after he got older. The Ho mansion will issue a decree to let the descendants of the nearby rivers gather the apricot sea bass and reinvest in them. After raising this lake, I will only treat it as if the Jiaobo Lake does not exist in the future, and Chen Pingan has a decent confession. Anyway, Sin Wenxian did not succeed in success, but he would not fail. Sin Wenxian saw that the Shui Jun of the Ho mansion was about to leave. He hesitated, took out a book from his sleeve, and said, Yang Ho Jun, these are some superficial insights from the lower official Chidu, although now Dolly is in Dadu. The diversion has been advanced for most of the time, and the hydrological context is clear, but in the eyes of the lower officials, certain things may not be really perfect. Only the Dendrobium River boundary, the officials of the Dolly Ministry of Engineering and the Egon Hydraulics, are in terms of the two things of cutting the bend and returning the flow, they too follow the old system of ancient rituals. In addition, the results of the treatment of silt in the three provinces of Wuzhou have been remarkable in the short term, but in the long run, there are many disadvantages. He's anxious. Speaking of this, Sin Wenxian laughed at herself and stopped talking about the unpleasant trivial things. Finally, she only said, I only hope that the officials of the Department of Diversion Department temporarily set up by the Changchun Marquis can take a look. Yang Hua took the thick booklet and wondered, why didn't you give it out earlier? Whether Sin Wenxian was handed over to his Dadu Ho mansion or the Ministry of Industry of the Dolly accompanying capital, there was no problem, and there was no official taboo of leapfrogging. This is because the Dolly court has clearly stipulated that the middle and low-level officials are not allowed, and allowed to make an exception for the court to advise on what matters. Therefore, officials can just follow the routine, and there is even no so-called discretionary handling after the fact. The Dali laws and regulations are written extremely clearly and accurately. Qin Wenqian replied, I'm not afraid of looking for nothing, I'm afraid of writing for nothing, and eventually occupy a place in a certain Yamen archives. Yang Hua went so far as to read the pamphlet and shook his head and said, Qin Wenqian, similar ideas, don't have them in the future. Whether it's the newly established Diversion Supervision Agency where the steward gathers together, or the diversion department on my side, this pamphlet is all it is destined to not eat ashes, and in accordance with the court regulations, even if the officials in charge do not adopt your suggestions, they must still give you a definite reply. Both the court and the water mansion need to be recorded. In addition, the officials in the capital city and the accompanying capital, every year, people are sent into the archives room to be responsible for spot-checking official documents, and they will eventually be included in the 4-year assessment of local officials. Yang Hua closed the book and suddenly said, Go to your water house and sit for a while. I planned to read the booklet carefully, but Yang Hua thought about it a little, and then said, Forget it, I am a layman after all. It is difficult to see the pros and cons of the booklet. You can go directly with me to the Water Mansion Diversion Department. You and the Water Mansion officials I explain the things in the booklet in detail. Although I am a layman, I will participate in the audition. Qin Wenqian wondered, leave right away. Otherwise? Yang Hua laughed dumbly and asked, I don't like fishing. Besides, the whole Diaobo River has dried up. Or does Qin Hebo plan to do his best as a landlord and invite me to drink? Qin Wenqian smiled and said, being an official is far inferior to Do Shanshan. I can't do things like asking my boss to drink. Yang Hua smiled and said, before I came to your side, I actually went to Daiyunling first, but I couldn't appreciate the spirit of Doshan God. Qin Wenqian wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Hua said, Do Yen is not bad. There are many things that don't seem to require him to take care of. He is more than enough to be a Daiyunling mountain god. Qin Wenqian breathed a sigh of relief. One Ho Jun and the other Hebo, each displaying the magical powers of water, went straight to Changchun Ho Shui Mansion, just to take care of Qin Wenqian. Yang Hua slowed down. Qin Wenqian looked down on the mountains and rivers of the earth, and asked indifferently, can the Dali imperial court still maintain the high spirits it is today? At the foot of the mountain, after all, it was the emperor and courtier of that dynasty. What's more, there is no national teacher Cui Yun in the Dali dynasty today. Who can guarantee that the next emperor of the Song family will be a brilliant Mingjun? Will it not change course, and the national power of Dali will not go downhill? Yang Hua nodded and smiled, it's definitely possible. In fact, this is a highly suspected question, but Yang Hua answered without hesitation. Qin Wenqian asked, why is Yang Hojun so sure? Yang Hua was in a complicated mood, her thoughts drifted away, and she recovered after a moment, and said with a smile, well, just wait and see. Sort of Coming Chapter 921. Zhongli Changming took the millet grains and wandered around. Chen Pingan took a walk with Jia Xing, and asked with a smile, you still adapt to your current status, right? Jia Xing immediately bowed his hand and said with great emotion, thanks to the great importance of the Mountain Master, I was lucky enough to be able to occupy an important position. I was trembling, not the slightest slack, and I didn't dare to superfluous. Smile more, talk less, do less, show up. I'm always shallow, and am a little dragon gate, not to mention it is to send charcoal in the snow for the wind and kite fairy, it is the icing on the cake, and it may not be done, so I think I will not miss things. Take another step and take another step, try to do my best for Luopa Mountain, and I can't let down the high hopes of the mountain owner. Luopa Shan Zhonglu Changming and God of Wealth Wei Wenlong are temporary helpers on the Fengyuan ferry, and will return to Luopa only after the next celebration is over. According to Cui Dongshan's arrangement, the ferry boat is actually in charge of Jia Xing and Zhang Jiajin, the accountant. The Fengyuan ferry crosses 3 continents and passes through a total of 17 ferry crossings. Only the Tonggishao at the foot, including the Lingbai Mountain Yayandu and Dequan Tayedu, there are as many as 7 ferry crossings. Ride a wind kite ferry to enjoy the panoramic view of the rivers and mountains. Just like an emperor riding in the wind, I saw countless green hills worshipping grass. Located on the north-south line of the Haoran world, from the northernmost, the Chongxian Department Yunshao Palace of the Diyuan dynasty, to the southernmost Kashandu, the ferry walked down like this. Jia Sheng has never seen any gods on the mountain. The god of wealth of Ma Zong, Wei Yusong, now wants to call himself Brother Jia, and the fairies of Changchun Palace, the land of the capital, and the screams of Jia Daochang made the old god's heart warm. Not to mention that there are no more than 5 great mountain monarchs in the Aquarius Island. Among them, the Beiyue mountain monarch Weibo is his own family. It is recognized that Pian Mountain is a mountain with a pair of pants on Luopa Mountain. No need to say more. The monarch of Zhongyue Mountain Jinqing, and the female monarch of Nanyue Mountain Fan Junmao, Jia Sheng is now familiar with both of them. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I know more in my heart and say less in my mouth. Old immortal Jia was taken aback and sighed, his face matched the groaning sound. It can be described as fluent and flowing. While talking for a long time, it is still not as insightful as the Mountain Lord. Jia Sheng is already quite strenuous as a fairy, but the Mountain Lord is only because of his lack of temperament. There is no dispute in the world, only the sight of 2 mountains and 2 sects, which restricts the hands and feet of the Mountain Master. Otherwise, in Jia Sheng's opinion, as long as the Mountain Master himself is willing, he will be the real fire dragon of Aquarius Island and of Tonggishao. Fu Lu Yuxian also convinced the public. Chen Pingan didn't talk at all, and immediately changed the subject and asked, Where is Bai Xian? Jia Sheng smiled while stroking his beard and replied softly, I'm on the boat. I should be in retreat right now. Otherwise, I would have heard the news and rushed to see the Mountain Lord. Compared to Luopa Mountain, we are the little hidden official. To practice swordsmanship requires too much diligence. It may be that he is holding his breath and does not want to be separated by King Sun Chun of his age. Lord, to be honest, I am looking forward to the Luopa Mountain and Xianda Mountain 100 years later. Every time I think about it, I feel proud to be among them, and I feel a little bit of pain in the boats and cars. What's more, when I go north and south on this road, I actually stay on the kite boat, lying down and enjoying the blessing, which is said to be running around and toiling. I'm not ashamed of talking. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I don't have a lot of hands, I don't care a lot. It's still very hard. I believe that the long life of the palm is in my eyes. Jia Sheng was speechless for a long time and murmured, How can he see the Lord of the Mountain? This sentence is really not the old fairy Jia's beard and horse, it is indeed a sincere statement from the heart and soul. There are 2 great things in life, early wisdom for small people and late blessings for always. One depends on the accumulation of virtue in the previous life, and the other depends on the good deeds in this life. Chen Pingan asked, On the other side of the mountain crossing, Yuguizong enshrines Wang Ji, and Su Hao, the Lu family of Ai Aizhou, what kind of people do you think they are? Jia Sheng carefully pondered his words. Wang Ji is a Confucian student, with a strong personality and straightforward speech, while that Su Dejiangxian, looking at his cold temperament, is not easy to approach, but has a warm heart. Whoever makes friends can trust life and death as long as they are friends. Wang Ji was not a monk cultivated by Yu Guizong himself. He was once the most ruthless one of Tong Yezhe's scolding Jiang Shangzhen. He never thought that he would eventually become the ancestor hall of Yu Guizong. It is said that the contemporary Lord Weiying personally invited Wang Ji to go there. Jiu Feng. Su Hao, who was nicknamed Su Jun, was a 200-year-old swordsman from Jinjiazhu, who was guarding Liu's sword at Kashandu on behalf of Liu's family in Aiazhou. In a high-level discussion, the assault was violent without warning. If it weren't for Su Hao to take the lead with a sword to stop him, he would join a Jinjiazhu's boundary Wufu to stop Wanyan Laojing's defiance, otherwise those of the earthly monks. The number of casualties, I am afraid, will at least double. By then, the Battle of Jinjiazhu will only become more erosive, and maybe the war may take advantage of the trend and affect Lixiaozu in the north. Chen Pingan said, looking back to help you introduce a Taoist expert from Dragon Tiger Mountain, this old man just happened to be attending our sect celebration. Jiaxing first made a call with the mountain lord to express his gratitude, and then curiously asked, could it be a Huangzi nobleman from the Heavenly Master's mansion? With the current identity of the mountain lord, it is nothing to know a Huangzi nobleman. Maybe he has met and talked with the contemporary great celestial masters and is worthy of being a Daoist friend. Chen Pingan smiled and said, after the fire dragon resigned, it was this old man who served as the great celestial master of Longhushan. The surname was Liang Mingshuang. There are not many people who know about Tishenzu. In Tonggizhou, Mr. Liang did a feat that is only spread on the top of the mountain. The old man and the former Tianshifu are old friends, so contemporary the celestial master is on the side of the old real person, and he also needs to hold the ceremony of the younger generation. Jia Xing's heart trembled, and he stopped quickly, hit a door-to-door chief, and said in a deep voice, Fu Shou Wu Yi Tian Zun. You must know that Jia Xing practiced with one thunder method, but compared to the 5 thunder method in Dragon and Tiger Mountain, which is known as the authentic 10,000 laws, the ancestral thunder method in the line of the mountain where Jia Xing is located is very reluctant to say that the other side is very reluctant. Therefore, to be able to meet a great celestial master of Longhushan's surname is of great significance to this blind old Taoist, and it is more than just a matter of face. Jia Xing smiled and said, Mountain Lord, when Mi Daijin succeeds in breaking through the realm, we will start to scare others again. A Fairyland sword repairman said that he was famous for Jiuzhou, which is not too much. Wei Ying, the Yuguazhang lord of Tonggizhou, and Bai Shang, the first person in the northern land of Luzhou, is now in this realm of Kendo. Chen Pingan joked, then it will be difficult for us to use Mi Daijiangxian to tease Mi Daijiangxian. Jia Xing laughed, really regretful. After separating from Jia Xing, Chen Pingan temporarily changed his route and did not go to Zhang Jiazhen's accountant first. Jiang Chu is reading a book repeatedly. There are signs and characters on the pages. It is the old real man Huan Yun who served as the chief consecration of Yunshang City. He summarized Fullest experience into a book. Therefore, this not thick book can be regarded as Huan Yun's life. With painstaking effort, in accordance with the mountain's rules, I am afraid that even a direct disciple may not receive this treatment. Hearing the knock on the door, after Jiang went to open the door, he was surprised that it turned out to be the hermit. Having been in Luopa Mountain for so many years, the chances of chatting alone are few and far between, as the hidden officer has been away all year round. After Chen Pingan took his seat, he and this young Qi practitioner from Lianxiang, the Great Wall of Jinqi, asked about the progress of Fulu practice. As the only Fulu monk in the Luopa Mountain, Jiang went to the official Shanzhong Daochang, where Chen Pingan last time presented to Jiang Chu a manuscript of the original copy of the Book of Pills, Volume 1. Jiang Chu was a little guilty and bit his scalp and said, I only learned the first 3 kinds of introductory talismans on the true works, and have not yet mastered it. It can only be said that there is a scribbled talisman, which is less than the so-called painted talismans of Huanzhenren in the booklet. There is still a long way to go to become a realm. When it comes to life-critical practice, Jiang Chu dared not conceal anything, not to mention the fact that there is no face on the side of the hermit. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Everything is difficult at the beginning." There is a stack of yellow paper talisman that Jiang went to draw on the table. Chen Pingan picked up a talisman and placed it on the top. It was the most familiar light-carrying talisman with Yang Qi. He traveled far away from home and traveled repeatedly, and it was the one he used the most. One of Fulu. Chen Pingan's flicked lightly, and the talisman paper suddenly disappeared, leaving only a vermilion talisman hanging in the air, and then twisting his wrist, and then gently pushing it horizontally. The talisman, which was originally only the size of a palm, suddenly became one. The big talisman of Zhang et al. Stands in the house like a god. Chen Pingan stood up and walked to the talisman. Jiang Chu immediately followed, holding a lamp talisman with a yang qi between the two sides. Chen Pingan stretched his hand to a cinnabar line. "Look at this, it is obviously a bit skewed. Obviously, when you painted the talisman, you were too pursuing to do it in one go. On the contrary, there was a problem in the aura scheduling, which led to a lack of energy. This kind of subtle deviation appeared in chaos. The embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed in an ant nest. The monk must not ignore it. When drawing a symbol along the way, there should be a vision and mentality of seeing mustard seeds and seeing mustard seeds. Look at this again. There are also problems with this horizontal and vertical connection. Although it does not prevent you from drawing this talisman, according to talisman terminology, this place belongs to the conflict between mountains and waters, which will damage the growth of the aura of the talisman. Once it is sacrificed, the talisman will be powerful. It is inevitable that it will be greatly reduced. If you learn the Taoism with others, it is easy to find loopholes, and it will be difficult to sustain a slight collision with the magic. Help Jiang Chu point out the flaws of Fulu one by one, where should be revised immediately, and where can be improved later, Chen Pingan said in great detail. Jiang went to listen carefully, and remembered one by one. After that, Chen Pingan put his fingers together, and without pen, ink or paper, he drew out the same yang qi carving lamp symbol out of thin air. When the symbol was completed, in an instant, gold the light is shining, and the room is shining. Chen Pingan then condensed it into a golden talisman with a height of more than 1 foot, gently pushed it to Jiang, and smiled. Look back to draw the talisman and make more comparisons. Later, when you enter the middle 5 realms, as a gift, I will help you. And someone old asked for a talisman that had held a mountain away from the ground for hundreds of years. Of course, it could not be the true talisman. It was just a copy of the inscription on the inscription, and it was far from the true magic. Chen Pingan said slowly, "Heaven and humans teach the Dharma at the same time, and the sages of the sky follow the avenues, divide the yin and yang, determine the news, establish the universe, and rule the world. Together, these talismans are in a certain way. In the sense, it is like the history books and almanacs of the mountain dynasty. It is not only the Fulu monk, but the mountaineering practice is based on the small world of the human body, and the outside world is involved. Therefore, the old you, who is known as the master of the world, was once in the preface of the widely circulated book of Talisman. It is clear for us to open the sect. The head is round to the sky, the foot is to the ground, the eyes are to the sun and the moon, the limbs are 4 o'clock, the 5 internal organs are 5 elements, and the 9 orifices are 9 continents. There are many phenomena in human beings, and they are the heaven of law. Chen Pingan's number of talisman paintings on the path of cultivation, although not comparable to the number of times he practiced boxing, but compared to some of the fairy talisman monks, it's probably only a lot more. Chen Pingan shared some of his own experience without selfishness and talked to Jiang. According to the saying, the old saying goes, the mountains and rivers of the earth, the essence of the mountains and rivers are stars, and each should be in its own state, dividing the field as the country, and they are all for spiritual proof. Therefore, there are 4 forms in the sky for the right spirit, and the earth has the sea to publish books. Therefore, the mountains, rivers, and the sky full of stars are the best and largest talisman in the eyes of the Fulu monks. This is the real Dao Shu talisman. Wait for the destined person to get what he needs, do his own way, and prove his own way. Go, Jiang, think about it, the human mountain range winding for thousands of miles, is it not a fairy rune? The Big Dipper in the sky hanging for thousands of years, is it not a complete rune? If reason is empty talk, then seeing is believing. Chen Pingon suddenly said in a solemn voice, go, stand where you are, concentrating and holding your breath, with your heart and form. Without giving Jiang Chu too much opportunity to restrain his mind, Chen Pingon lightning shot and patted the opponent's shoulder lightly. Jiang Chu only felt the whole person drifting backwards, but was shocked to find that in front of him, except for the blue shirt of the hidden official, there is also a self-back figure, motionless. Mind and body separated. Or is it the legendary Yin traveling far away from the body? Not to mention the secret methods and special cases, according to the common sense of the mountain, if a person who is a cultivator can produce a clear golden pill, he can travel far away from the orifice, and wait until the primordial infant is born. The embryonic form of the outer body of the Yangshan body is the origin of the saying that the land immortals live in the world and live forever. Never thought that Jiang Chu had just stopped, and Chen Ping's lightly pushed his forehead, and then slid back a few steps again. Then Chen Pingon shook his sleeves, and could no longer tell who he was. The Jiang Chu was like walking through the void, the world was different, and the Taoist was in the middle. It turned out that under Jiang Chu's feet is a vast picture of the situation in Zhuzhou, while above his head is a galaxy. Chen Pingon put his fingers together and tapped on the center of the eyebrows of Jiang Chu, as if to help open the eyes of the sky. He stretched out his hand again, took the thousands of rivers above the earth like a rope, waved his hand again, and grabbed the galaxy, then waved his sleeves, the stars, and the rivers, a brain flooded into a certain body shape. The Jiang Chu of Jiang Zemin seems to have suddenly become the mountains, gas palaces, and long rivers of meridians in the latter's small world. After a while, Chen Pingon saw that Jiang Chu's Taoism was no longer sufficient to support this vision, but Jiang Chu himself was always unaware of it. He was still immersed in this heaven and earth vision. After herding Jiang's path, Chen Pingon gently yanked his mind, soul, and body back toward his mind-blooded seed. After Jiang returned to his mind, he realized that he was sweating and his figure was shaky. Chen Pingon reached out and held his shoulders, and Jiang Chu, whose face was pale, would not stagger and fall. Instructing my own monks is to follow Wu Shuangjiang's treatment of Sui Chu Gong disciples. As for the specific method of evangelism, it is obviously the same as that of Lu Jinglong. Chen Pingon asked Jiang to sit back, take a good breath and calm his mind, and smiled. In my opinion, the so-called traveling thousands of miles can actually be divided into 2 types. God is contemplating the small world of the human body. With this practice, both inside and outside, both large and small, with a lofty heart and down to earth, I believe that one day you can draw several unique talismans of your own. Jiang wiped off the sweat on his forehead, and said with a face, I dare not think about it. I have to think about it. Chen Pingon shook his head and smiled. If a monk Fulu who doesn't want to draw a few big symbols on the mountain, what will he do in the future? Jiang Chu grinned and nodded vigorously. Chen Pingon took out a long wooden box from his sleeve, gently placed it on the table, and said with a smile, there are 10 cinnabar ink ingots in the box, and they are all given to you. They are engraved with something like Tian Chu Wen Yao. The auspicious words of the earth are all immortal, so it is full of spirit. But don't thank me, it was Xiao Mo who accompanied me to the colorful world of Feishing City this time. The monk Fulu, who wandered to the summer city, opened a shop in partnership. When Xiaomo was visiting the shop, he made a special trip to buy this set of Yuanling Cinnabar ink for you. Mo is a sword repairman in Feixingcheng, and I want to take the opportunity to attach to it. Xiaomo originally intended to give it to you in my name. I don't think it's appropriate. You just accept it. You don't need to make a special trip to thank Xiaomo afterwards. The only reason for him not to be a good-for-profit boy in the future is that he can't stand those who come to thank you with the front foot and the back foot. Jiang Chu was a little embarrassed, and said softly, "How come Senior Xiao Mo is giving expensive gifts again?" Chen Pingan joked, "Who makes him high and rich in his pocket, so that every time he goes out, his only hobby is probably thinking about who and who needs what. I have advised him several times, but it's useless anyway." A piece of painted talisman paper and cinnabar, are generally indispensable, and can be roughly divided into two categories, cinnabar and smoked ink, gold powder and silver powder. Anyway, they are very expensive. Among them, cinnabar was originally the material for alchemy of the immortal family, and it was also used by secular emperors and monarchs to review memorials and circle reading. In the eyes of cultivators, the qi is the pure sun of heaven and earth, which is enough to ward off evil and evil. Therefore, the secret cinnabar ink made by the fairy family is known as supernatural and solid. In addition, the homonym of cinnabar is punish killing, so the better the rank of cinnabar, the better the effect of cinnabar, which is used to draw symbols, will kill ghosts and drive away evil spirits. It's just that there are many producing areas of cinnabar in the world and its reserves are huge, so literary talents have the doubt that cinnabar is as cheap as soil, and cannot be burned for pill. The quality of cinnabar produced in Yuanling is recognized as the first in the world. After making ink ingots, finely grind, the text under the pen, known as the true text of the Red Book, in the Hauran world, it is often used by the monarchs and the Ministry of Rites to seal the gods of the mountains and waters. Chen Pingan got up and smiled. "Go, let's find that accountant to catch the autumn wind." Mr. Accountant on the ferry, besides Wei Wenlong, the god of wealth of Luopa Mountain, there is also Zhang Jiazhen, who is unable to practice cultivation. Jiang Chu and Zhang Jiazhen are both hometowns and the same age. It's just that because one has already practiced mountaineering and the other has always been an ordinary master, now only looking at the appearance, the age difference between the two is at least a dozen years old. When the two of them arrived in the accounting room, Zhang Jiazhen smiled and asked, "My lord, Jiang, are you drinking tea?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Drink a bowl of hot tea. Drinking is easy to make mistakes. Settling accounts is a delicate work, and it is not the kind of literati poems and poems. Drinking can increase your talents." Zhang Jiazhen nodded. "Wait a moment, I will immediately boil water and make tea. There are tea leaves in the house. They are Yuqin tea fried by the steward Zhu Lian himself. They are all packed in tin cans. There was a stove in the corner, and a sack of charcoal." Zhang Jiazhen took out the fire fold and lit the thatch and firewood in the stove. It seemed that he did not drink less tea. In addition, there is a big brazier, which is placed under the table, and the cold starts from the bottom of the feet. Zhang Jiazhen usually steps on the edge of the brazier with his feet to keep warm. Jiang went to watch this scene with a complicated expression. If you boil the water yourself, if you are in a hurry when you are waiting for guests, then you can use the most common mountain fire talisman to make a fire. A little spiritual energy consumption can be completely ignored. For no reason, I remembered that Zhu Lian took himself as a carpenter back then, when the chief manager was playing the ink line one time, he said casually. Knowing that there is no other way, it is as easy as fate, and virtue is also the best. This sentence is obviously meant for Jiang Chu, but the content of the words is definitely not praising Jiang Chu, but something else. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhu Lian's reminder, or beating Jiang Chu does feel that he is not the same as his fellow countrymen. Zhu Lian said, "Why can the mountain master treat Zhang Jiajin with a normal mind, but you can't?" Once made Jiang Chu like falling into an ice cave for a moment, but he still has lingering fears. The reason is already clear. It's just that until today, following Master Yingguan came here, Jiang went to look at this simple account room that had never been set foot, and the peaceful fellow of the same age, as if he had understood something beyond the truth. Xiao Imo also brought a gift to Zhang Jiajin. Chen Pingan put it on the table, but Zhang Jiajin declined to accept it. Chen Pingan drank tea, flipped through the account books, and by the way said something about the situation in Feixingcheng for the two of them. Of course, Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu did not want to miss a word about the current situation in their hometown. Closing the account book in his hand, Chen Pingan raised his head and smiled and asked, "After listening to this, will you regret coming to Howren World with me?" Jiang Chu and Zhang Jiajin looked at each other and smiled. After that, Chen Pingan left alone, Jiang went to stay in the house, and Zhang Jiajin picking up the kettle on the table, helping the other party refill a bowl of hot tea, he whispered, "If you don't feel awkward, if you need to spend money on cultivation in the future, just mention it to me. Anyway, my salary, keeping it is keeping it, at most it is just lying on the account books needing some interest. This little fairy money will definitely not help you much. It's just a matter of heart." Jiang Chu looked at Zhang Jiajin with sincere eyes, nodded, and smiled, "What am I polite to you?" Then Jiang went to jokingly said, "It's more difficult to lend money to someone than to borrow money from someone. You learned it from the hermit." Zhang Jiajin smiled and said nothing. Jiang Chu hesitated, but couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Jiajin, you don't have any long-term plans?" In the Fallen Mountain, it seems that there is only this Mr. Accountant, neither a monk nor a pure martial artist. Hearing what Jiang Chu meant, Zhang Jiajin nodded and smiled, "Yes, I have talked with Mr. Zhu a long time ago to see if I have a chance and become a mountain in the future." When Jiang heard about this, he was surprised. He thought about it and said slowly, "Zhang Jiajin, you don't know clearly. It is not easy for an ordinary master to become a of mountains and rivers. It's just a ghost and a heroic spirit. If it's a stranger like you, it's not necessarily the pain that is piercing and soul-stirring, let alone a trainer, or a pure martial artist with tough physique, it may not be able to bear it. If you fail, you will end up dispelled. It is said that you will not even have the afterlife." Zhang Jiajin poured herself a bowl of tea. "You forgot the kind of ointment from the Yang family drugstore in the small town. Although it is now strictly controlled by the Dali court, the relationship between the hermit and our Luapa Shan and them can help. It's not difficult for me to ask for a copy. The greatest miracle of that kind of ointment is that in addition to eliminating pain, it can also keep people wise." Zhang Jiajin continued, "Mr. Zhu said frankly that this is just the first step to become a mountain god. In fact, there are still 2 ghost gates to go after, but even if I can't pass the 3 levels and become a mountain god, there is still a way to go back and forth. If it's a big deal, I'll take the 2nd place and stay on the side of Luapa Mountain as a ghost. It's more difficult to discuss with the Dali court for the official edict. It can only be equivalent to building an obscene shrine for me, so even if you have a temple and a golden body, it is not a pure golden body. In the future, it will be greatly restrained if you bear the incense of the world, but this is only the worst plan, you don't need to worry too much." Jiang Chu was silent. To put it simply, the ordinary achievement of a golden body and the promotion from a living person to a is tantamount to climbing into the sky in one step. The threshold is so high and the difficulty is so great that it is unimaginable. Zhang Jiajin smiled and said, "The hermit must have known about this for a long time, but he hasn't talked about it with me. Jiang, tell me, what does this mean?" Suddenly, Jiang Chu, it must be the hidden officer who felt confident. Jiang Chu was relieved immediately, and said, "Good, you Zhang Jiazhen, you are a lot smarter." Zhang Jiazhen pointed to the account book over the desk. "Can a fool be the accountant?" Chen Pingan found Xiao Mo on the side of Xiaomi Li's house. It happened that both Chai Wu and King Sun Chun were there. Chai Wu would come here for a drink as long as he was practicing. Now, in the room of the right guardian of Luopa Mountain, there is a cabinet made by Mi Jianxian with the help of himself, filled with an altar of wine, all prepared for Chai Wu. Xiao Mo is teaching Taoism and swordsmanship to the two little girls. Anyway, both qualifications are good, so it is easy to draw inferences from one another. Chen Pingan sat on a bench with Xiaomi Li and ate sunflower seeds. Xiao Mo was worried that his own way of cultivation might be different from today's Taoist secrets in words and meanings. In order to avoid misleading children, Xiao Mo specially taught two young girls an ancient language that has long been lost. At this moment, Xiao Mo is teaching an ancient technique that preserves God's contemplation, which is indeed quite different from today's Taoist formulas. For example, Xiao Mo points to his neck at this moment, and calls his throat the top 10 of the heart of the palace. In the second floor, in addition, the 5 internal organs have their own functions, and each has its own tempering method. Xiao Mo let the two little girls run a ray of spiritual energy, not similar to the breath of the air trainer, but a bit like a pure innocence of a martial artist, from top to bottom, and at the same time in the different realms of the human body. Let them cease separately think of the different gods who performed their duties in the ancient times, such as hunting the world from the sky. 3 lights went up and down for candles, falling and falling brightly. From high to bottom, there are gods, flying between the sun and the moon. Hold the yellow back to the purple into the dantian, and the dragon flag toss the fire bell across the sky. The thunder and electric excites the gods, and the immortal land of longevity is dying. This kind of ancient practice can only be taught by Xiao Mo. The key is that the two little girls, every time they visualize different gods, there is really a good atmosphere that rises with it, corresponding to it. Chen Ping'an admitted that at their age, they hadn't practiced for months and months, and would never want to have such a movement as Chai Wu and King Sun Chen. Xiaomi Li reached out his hand to block his mouth, and said in a low voice with the good man Shanju, "I don't understand a word, what should I do?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's an ancient language, so it's normal to not understand it." In fact, this time in Feixingcheng, Chen Pingan also brought a few manuscripts of the sword book from Wenjianle. King Sun Chun is a local swordsman of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the little girl is an anonymous disciple of Ning Yao. This is not counted. Violation. Wait until they enter a situation similar to movement and tranquility are real people. Xiao Mo looked at his son. Chen Pingan nodded and could leave. Walking out of the house with the millet grains, Chen Pingan came to the bow, moving slightly in his mind. After a while, there was a roaring wind and thunder in the sea of clouds in the distance, but when the uninvited guest approached the Fengyuan ferry, it instantly became silent. It was the long sword that was left by Chen Pingan in Xiande Mountain. Night tour. Chen Pingan touched the head of the millet grains and smiled, "I'll be back soon." Millet nodded obediently. Chen Pingan's figure turned into a dozen sword lights, and he flew hundreds of miles away from the wind and kite ferry. After he recondensed into a green shirt, he went south with his sword and went straight to a place in the middle of Tongisao. Xiao Mo followed. In the scorching sun, on a Xianjia ferry, several immortal masters are overlooking the world. An arc of sword light, engulfed by the sound of wind and thunder, crashed by hundreds of meters away. This makes this Xianjia ferry boat like a boat in the water, bumping into waves and ups and downs for a while. When I turned my head and looked around, I saw a bright sword light, a touch of cyan figure, long gone. The land of Gyeonggi under the mountain dynasty was under the majestic rain, and the day was as dark as night. In an instant, the dark clouds were torn apart by the sharp sword light, as if the sky was open, the sun was shining on the world. A raging river flowing from east to west, with a flash of cyan figure, a ravine suddenly appeared on the surface of the river below his feet, and the exposed riverbed was faintly visible. A fairy family mansion with a majestic mountain peak, a few sharp-eyed trainers, found a light out of thin air in the extreme distance, and pierced people's eyes in the blink of an eye, and rammed straight toward Zu Mountain. The next moment, the sword light suddenly dispersed in all directions, just round the top of the mountain, and recondensed into a sword light at a very far distance, leaving only the sound of thunder resounding through the world. In the end, the sword light stopped in one place and appeared, with the sword behind him. 9 Xiongjian towers were used by the Confucian temple to suppress the transportation of mountains, waters, and air on a continent. This Tongizhao is called Xinyaolu, and it is actually a sycamore tree. It is rumored that this tree was once so close to the sky that it could not be higher than this tree whenever a certain round of bright moon rose. The last time the guests came here were when Hai Zhou Fei Ran and Credit Yu. However, Firen and Xieyue were both temporarily detained by Zhou Mi. I was fortunate enough to witness the part of the truth of a town demon building, a long-year-old sycamore tree, which did not show its real body at the time, but the avenue turned into a majestic city, occupying an area of thousands of miles. It's just that Zhou Mi just stretched out his hand and tried to break the prohibition on mountains and rivers, but did not choose to enter it. Zhou Mi once said some shocking inside stories for Xiaoyu, such as the master of the Lotus Nunnery is mortal, but it was a bit earlier than Zhou Mi expected. The credit month is the predecessor of the bright moon, so in the wild world, she is more legitimate than the master of the Lotus Nunnery who occupied and refined a round of the bright moon, but the credit month is still not one of the 12 high positions in the ancient heaven. Lord, I can only say that there is a chance, and the opportunity is the greatest. Therefore, Xinzhuang, a direct disciple of the great ancestor of Tuyue Mountain, would often go to Mingyueshong to chat with the moon, because the real body of the new makeup was once a moon palace watering water. Goddess. In ancient times, there were many bright moons, as if it were described as a 6-part yamen. The moon was a high-ranking official. Once the real body was restored, he would be the servant. If it were not for the moon to be thrown to Bea Pingzu, Zhou Mi would have taken it. She ascended to the sky and left together, occupying a place in the new heaven, raising the gods, which is equal to the number of consecutive jumps of official promotion, and directly promoted to the new Mingwe co-lord. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and squinted to see the layers of colorful glaze, like water rippling. This is a natural victory over oneself by this place. To be precise, it is the real name of the big demon carried on the body. There is a natural aversion and suppression here. Chen Pingan bowed his head, his stature rickets. Not surprisingly, the other party didn't want to see him. If he couldn't open the door, he would have to shut the door. Just breaking into this kind of thing, how proper it is. So there was Xiao Mo with a yellow hat and blue shoes appearing beside him, shaking his sleeves, and then 2 more long swords in his hands. He raised his head and smiled, just entertain old friends like this. Then don't blame me for not remembering old feelings. Sort of Coming Chapter 922. The chapter was uploaded late, sorry. When Xiao Mo was about to release his sword, a faint sound rang from the sky and the earth, like a rusty leaf falling, with a strong sense of loneliness. It's really you. Xiao Mo waited for the following, and after a while, the voice sounded again, you all go back, and the meeting will not help. Xiao Mo sneered, and no longer talked nonsense with the fellow Taoist who had only met a few times. He walked slowly forward and held the long sword in his hand. To the other person's true body. Xiao Mo first nailed a long sword into the ground, and the entire lonely world was empty, and then changed its color, just like a picture scroll. Because of the age, it appeared yellowish. Chen Pingan knew that the purpose of Xiao Mo's sword was to serve as a temporary insurgency in the long river of time. No matter how magical the Taoist friend is, how tricky he is, Xiao Mo can always use his mind to find this one he made. Time ferry crossing, and then hand the sword again, only need to pull 2 places in one line, and it will not be completely lost. After Xiao Mo took a dozen steps, he waved a sword casually again. This was after the Battle of Mingyue Haocai. Chen Pingan saw Xiao Mo use his sword again. The sword light is not a straight line, but like a gossamer that drifts in the wind, spreading out for thousands of miles. Xiao Mo kept his sword out, or leaned or slanted it up and down, downplaying it, but the sword energy rhyme contained in Jingguang became more and more majestic every time. This is the hands-on sword of an ascendant pinnacle sword repairman. The rules of Xiaoxiandi here are indeed a bit weird. Xiao Mo's sword light is not scattered, but in Chen Pingan's vision, he has lost the traces of the sword light, like being folded and bent, as if it has been following a quiet fork. Go far away. Xiao Mo said heartily, "My son, these fork roads are similar to the roots and leaf veins of a Chinese phoenix tree. But I can rest assured that the number of roads and the size of Xiaoxiandi's territory have an upper limit. Xiaoxiandi is even stranger than this, Xiao also. It's not that I haven't experienced it personally." Chen Pingan nodded, not in a hurry. That voice rang in the ears of the two again. Since it is the reunion of old friends, why bother to meet each other? Xiao Mo sneered with a sword in his hand and said, "I want to see, this small world of fellow Taoist can withstand hundreds of thousands of swords. As long as you keep handing the sword energy and sword intent continue to accumulate, and the sword light can naturally burst out like a cone. At that time, all condensed into a sword, it is a real questioning sword. It is recognized that the spirit of the world is not easy to practice, not easy to regain consciousness, and slow to practice. The only advantage of this type of mountain Taoist is that if there are no natural and man-made disasters, the lifespan is extremely long, especially the vegetation and the like. Once it is in the upper 5 realms, the Taoist age is especially older, but it really depends on the qualifications of cultivation. It really is not. Xiao Mo has a big self-esteem. Compared with his own swordsmanship, it is a world of difference. Even if I sleep for 10,000 years, I will give you 10,000 years of age out of thin air, so what? If you are polite with me, I will be more polite than you. You are not polite with me, better, I will ask the sword as a thank you." The old coachman in the capital, the ghost fairy Eugene, are all considered polite people. When he arrived in Hauran, he had been going to the countryside to do what he had done, so he stretched out his hand and didn't hit the smiley person, which made Xiao Mo really hold back for a long time. After Xiao Mo handed out more than 100 swords, he was able to pull one of the sword lights with his heart, like a spirit snake tumbling, swaying violently on one of the roads, the sword light splashing and exploding, like a slender galaxy instantly collapsed. The voice was silent for a moment, only to remind aloud, "Chen Pingan, you'd better advise this fellow Taoist not to act like this. If the vitality of this place is hurt by the sword light, it will only affect the luck of the whole Tonggishao. It's hard to get back to the original state." Chen Pingan said indifferently, "The two evils are the lesser of power. It's better than having a closed door. I didn't even see the predecessor, so I went back home in a desperate manner. The crux of the problem today is not how I and Xiamo acted. It's just whether you're willing to open the door to meet guests. You and I know that your so-called recovery is just superficial, but there are actually many hidden dangers. The descendants of Tonggishao will have to pay off their debts one by one for today's people. You follow the way of heaven, so naturally it doesn't matter. The many sequelae of the collapse of ritual and music in the past years do not affect your own practice. As long as the overall number of a certain one remains the same, the predecessor will still be considered as a consummation of merit, and be credited to a continent of heaven and earth. Just wait for 300 to 500 years, just wait for the Confucian temple, the monks, and the various dynasties under the mountains, and of course I refill the landscapes of various places, and you will have survived this great catastrophe safely, and you will be able to return to consummation realm. But I am using the humane method to make up for the lack of land on a continent. The more you postpone it, the more troublesome it becomes. Your covenant with the Temple of Confucius has ended. Consummation, invisibly replaced and filled the vacancy left by the old master of the East China Sea, and became a kind of illusory master of a continent. Let alone see you again, it will be a difficult task to find you at that time. The voice didn't deny the matter, yes. I will retreat soon and make some deductions to find the way to the 14th level for myself. Obviously, Chen Pingon was right. However, it was the first time Xiao Mo heard about this, and he suddenly stopped beating. He only felt that the so-called Daoist was just slapped himself in the face. So in an instant, dozens of swords were handed out, the sword light was like a rainbow, and the whole yellowed world suddenly became white. Chen Pingon walked slowly behind Xiao Mo, stopped, raised his foot and stepped on the ground, lowered his head and smiled. The seniors are highly respected, and they were able to become ally with Li Xing in the early years and built a town demon building for the Confucian temple. The secret file of the Confucian temple knows that the seniors have a gentle temperament and have no conflict with the world. This is also the root of the younger generation's willingness to talk to the seniors, but now that I will be completely free again soon, the seniors can't be sure what I must do. It's not just something sitting on the sidelines, but crossing the river to tear down the bridge, so embarrassing a junior who is less than a year old. The mud bodhisattva still has 3 points of anger, let alone a junior. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "It really doesn't work. I will ask Li Xing to move half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi here. I want to see if the seniors will want to be in the 14th realm at that time. Can they see me, and if there is any chance, to ask me whether to agree or not? I think it's difficult." The voice was a little annoyed, and hurriedly said, "The Temple of Confucius promised me that the catastrophe is over, and that covenant is destroyed on its own. Even the sages who are sitting here must not hinder my practice. If this young man wants to act like this, it's okay if he can't find the 14th realm in a closed-door retreat. If he finds that avenue, it's like being blocked by a wall. And once you get into such an embarrassing situation, then you and this young sword repairer will have a veritable battle between the two sides. As long as one of them wants to be in the 14th realm, they need to live endlessly with the other side. Are you Chen Pingon still a close disciple of Wen Xing's line, or a Confucian disciple?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "Since I can't replace the Confucian temple, of course the Confucian temple can't replace me. To stop me from mending a continent and land missing is to ask me about the sword. It's not a joke, please take it seriously." The voice suddenly frustrated and said, "The Most Holy Master has been here before, personally wish me a smooth journey in my practice." Chen Pingon said blankly, "Then in this matter, I'm afraid I will disappoint the Holy Master." Hearing this, the other party was obviously shocked beyond words, and was speechless for a while. Wen Xing did not dare to say such things, a madman who dared to disobey the Most Holy Master. "Shit scholars, gentle sweeping, you swordsmen, your stinky temper that won't change for thousands of years." Xiao Mo smiled heartily. There was a long silence, probably trying to stabilize Dao's heart. The voice spoke again, finally showing a weak tone, "I can trust the Saint of Rights, but I can't trust you." Xiao Mo squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I have turned over the almanac. Today, I am not allowed to move the ground, enter the funeral, make a stove, plant, and bury. It is advisable to go out, harvest, use beams, build houses, and make alliances. Chen Pingan stepped forward, patted Xiao Mo's arm, motioned not to rush to pass the sword, and stood side by side with Xiao Mo, smiling with both hands. I also know the situation of seniors. For the predecessors, all the creatures that rise up are not just the palms of the palms and the backs of the hands are simply fleshy. The voice continued, to be precise, I'm a sword repairman who doesn't believe that he can act only by his liking. After a while, I added another sentence, I even want to believe that the outlander who walked into the Flying Eagle Fort back then can't believe in a last hermit from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Pingan smiled and said, if seniors had treated people with sincerity earlier, they wouldn't have broken up with an old friend of 10,000 years. Chen Pingan. Your murderous intention at this moment is more serious than this, Xiao Mo. The younger generation will accept it. In front of Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo, a passage similar to a post road appeared. The two sides were as dark as night, similar to the two ends of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the past, connecting with a certain Taishu realm. Chen Pingan glanced back, and the white fog was vast, and he had lost the way he came. Xiao Mo frowned, Chen Pingan smiled and said, if you come, you will be at ease. It is a short trip. Chen Pingan took out a golden white jut from the sleeve, from the authentic alchemy book, presented by Li Shixing, nicknamed Moon Talisman. This talisman is relatively late in the book. This talisman hovered on the side of the shoulder. At the same time, in Chen Pingan Xinhu heaven and earth, there appeared a sundial for precise timekeeping. Sure enough, there was a huge difference in the speed of time passing between the inside and outside of the world. Glancing at the burning speed of the white horse's passing talisman, Chen Pingan knew about it. In this world, it may have been a year before the outside world. Tong Yezhou had only one day passed. Chen Pingan reminded, no matter how gracious the seniors are, according to the timing of the outside world, at most 10 hours later, I must see the real body of seniors and negotiate a deal. Two donkeys appeared out of thin air on the side of the road, probably as a means of transportation. Chen Pingan laughed dumbly, but not worried about any calculations, and directly turned over and rode on the donkey. Qin Pao carried the sword on his back, tied a red wine gourd around his waist, gently clamped the belly of the donkey. His hooves began to sway forward. Xiao Mo shook his wrists, and a long sword was scattered into the light of his sleeves. Xiao Mo is still dressed in yellow hat and blue shoes, holding a green bamboo stick and sitting on the back of the donkey. There are only black and white in the world, and Xiao Mo looks around like a scribbled freehand brushwork. Xiao Mo asked, my son, the rest of the sword lights. Chen Pingan complained, there is no reason to take back the gift you gave out. Xiao Mo nodded lightly, regretful in his heart. He had already handed out 200 or 300 more swords. At this moment, the picture scroll is a dusk scene. The two of them rode on donkeys, and soon came to a hillside that appeared suddenly, came to the top of the mountain, and looked far away. Seeing the narrow road, there is a simple building similar to a post house on the side of the road. The team is mighty, spreading on the mountain roads, no fewer than thousands of people, even among them are the emperor's chariots. Look at the arrogant look of the civil and military officials. Is it to take refuge from Beijing? Chen Pingan took off the sword gourd and drank a sip of wine. His eyes were like a picture of Beijing's 100 divisions rushing. There was only one person in the picture, like painted paintings. The middle-aged man had a long bamboo tube around his waist. The of the right index finger, with a slight calluses on the belly, left the crowded road alone, chewing cakes, and walking along a stream to the depths of the mountains. Chen Pingan discovered an interesting thing. If the previous Io Oceandi was an ink painting, then when he saw this man, he focused on that man, or what he saw in the eyes of the man, it would gradually change into a fine brushwork. The details are clear: a flower and a tree, a stream of fish swimming, all come alive, with vitality, and eventually become a vivid green landscape painting, no different from the truth of the world. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Let's keep up with this, little god." In the twilight, the man found a village house by the creek with low thatched eaves. There was only an old woman and a woman, sitting alone, sitting opposite each other, weaving chicken coops. The old woman asked the man to eat some food. In order to avoid suspicion, the man slept under the eaves at night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at night, so he simply took advantage of the moonlight to draw out a chess book from his arms, got up and sat down, flipped through it for a while. He began to close his eyes and concentrate, twisting his hands like chess pieces, one after another, as if they were playing music. Chen Pingyan took the opportunity to glance at the cover of the chess book in the distance under the tree in the distance of the hut. It was actually a well-documented and well-known chess book. In Howren's history, he was quite famous. It was just under the mountain and played against both sides. 5 rounds has the reputation of "stop watching 5 rounds while sick." Chen Pingan was riding on the back of the donkey and glanced at the white horse talisman next to his shoulder, and the speed of the passage of time did not change. In fact, even if there is a monk's imperial wind, overlooking the entire world at the moment, it seems that there is only this scene. It is about that the senior reminded himself that there will be a scene of the next one after the past, and when all the relevant passes have passed, both sides to meet. What is the picture? Are you thinking of delaying time so that you can ask the Confucian temple for help? Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense to invite someone to come here to help out and stop myself. And Xiao Mo asked, "Master, do you need me to take a sword to find out?" Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled, "Be patient and watch the changes." Xiao Mo asked, "Is that person's identity a chess player?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Seeing that the chess is not weak. The man under the thatched roof doesn't seem to be playing music at this moment, but is playing against himself. To say how high his chess power is, it seems that he can't go anywhere." Chen Pingan is quite familiar with the rules of Go's game in the world, and he can memorize it by rote. What's more, there are 4 people who were born in the lotus flower-blessed land. Apart from Wei Hailiang, the other 3 are Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang and Liu Baixiang. Sui right, even if he rests in the awe-inspiring world, he is considered a master. And on the Luopa mountain, there are Zheng Dafeng and Shanjun Weibo, both of whom are good at this. Moreover, in the summer palace back then, there were also masters such as Yun, Lin Junbai and Scrofulariaci Chao Dagon, all of whom were first-class national champion. Now, with Chen Pingan's Go skills, playing the first 30 or 50 moves with others, pretending to be a master, it's still no problem. Therefore, when teaching people to play chess in the summer palace, the hermit likes to call himself half a stinky chess basket. There were no lights in the room, and the old woman and the woman who lived in each room started to play chess. There were no chess pieces on the board. Both parties just dictated the position of the player. There were so many long tests that at dawn, the sky was white, and the 2 players played. Less than 40 hands. The man had long taken out the chess pieces and chess papers from the long bamboo tube and laid them out on the ground. While listening to the chess game in the room, he placed the chess pieces on the paper chessboard. When the old woman said that he had won the 9 pieces, the woman gave up. The man became brave and knocked gently. After a while, the old woman and the woman walked out of the house. The man asked for advice and the old woman went to make a fire and cook, but let the daughter-in-law who had no more greed to teach him chess skills. Jingchai clothed the woman in the skirt only taught for less than half an hour, and said that it was enough to make him invincible in the world. Having said this, the woman raised her head and looked under the tree outside the hut. She stroked her temples and hair intentionally or unconsciously. Chen Pingan turned a blind eye to this, and the woman got up and went busy. The man left, and looked back along the stream. She had lost the hut, and the man was confused. In an instant, Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo seemed to be returning back along a long river of time, riding a donkey again on the hillside, and once again saw the man with a bamboo tube at his waist, walking along the stream. Xiao Mo asked with a smile, "Does the sun need to play chess to beat them to pass?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It should be. When you continue to stare at the chess-waiting edict, I will go to the post road to see if I can pick up the omissions, and come to meet you again at dawn." After that, Xiao Mo continued to follow the man on a donkey, while Chen Ping'an went to the road at the foot of the mountain, looking for an old official who looked like the person in the painting, wearing a purple robe and a goldfish bag. Chen Ping'an casually found a conversation, and chatted with the old man. In the end, he said that he was willing to pay a high price to buy books, but the old man declined, saying that it was those boxes of books that had been kept for a long time and it was not easy to make money. Without saying a word, Chen Pingan knocked over the book boxes on the carriage to the ground, and then stretched out his hand. There was a breeze. After all the books were spread out, except for the cover, they were all blank. As for those characters, carriages and horses, it seemed that they had fallen into a static state. Chen Pingan stood there, shaking his head and smiling. The mountains and rivers are barren, and the predecessor's collection of books is still a little short, so that it is impossible to do it. After that, Chen Pingan had no interest in exploring. This kind of fake little world is too thin, with bones, and no flesh and blood. How can we talk about a deeper level of energy? Ride on the donkey on the side of the road again to find Xiao Mo and the hut. I just didn't forget to wave his hand again, put those books back into the box, reverse the picture, and return to the carriage one by one. At dawn again this day, Chen Pingan did not wait to see the woman raise her head and look at him again, and he led Xiao Mo on the donkey. He waited for the old woman to say the invincible words and smiled, not necessarily. Arrived at the boardwalk under the eaves, and smiled with the chess waiter, "Borrow chess pieces and chess paper with your husband." After that, Chen Pingan played a game of colorful cloud scores played by his senior brother Cui Yang and Jing Juzhong, but today Chen Pingan, of course, pretended to play chess with Jing Juzhong and invited the opponent to continue the game. The woman was dumbfounded, and the old woman also muttered to herself, "Is the chess of future generations already so high?" Chen Pingan looked at the chess game with sleeves in both hands, and said seemingly casually, "If you want to come to the world, you always go to a higher place." The old woman nodded and smiled, and the woman also raised her hand to stroke her sideburns, smiling at the green shirt guest who had no hosta. As soon as Chen Pingan said this, the scene of the world disappeared, leaving only one ancient chess book in the corridor and inside the house. Chen Pingan glanced at it and put the two chess books in his sleeve and laughed. Xiao Mo turned his head and glanced at him. That fellow Taoist, why didn't he even take the donkey away? Chen Pingan patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder, and praised, "No wonder we can be worshipped by Laopashan." After that, the two of them walked on foot, because there was a wider official road at their feet, with rice fields on both sides, which looked like autumn harvest time. Suddenly, a rider passed by behind him, and when he went to the distance, Xiao Mo looked into the distance, and soon there was an additional hostel. Before that ride, the young man in short brown clothes was riding a green horse, and he looked like a poor scholar. However, Chen Pingan took a few more glances, only to find that this man was prosperous in his official career. Human weather, in short, is a noble man who deserves to be the prime minister in his fate. When Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo walked into the roadside hostel in a hurry, they found the young man sleeping soundly with his head resting on a celadon, and a smiling old Taoist priest sitting beside him, sitting on the steps. Leaning against a large package, if you are used to reading Zhiguai novels, and you encounter such a worldly expert, then you should consult the longevity technique. The host seemed to be steaming the rice, and when it was about to be cooked, a scent wafted out of the stove room. Chen Pingon folded his fists and smiled and asked, "Dare to ask the old god, where does this official road lead?" The old Taoist replied with a smile, "Handan." Chen Pingon asked, "Really not going to Daoxian Mountain, a certain liquor store that sells Huangliang liquor?" The old Taoist sighed, and began to seriously look at the well-informed young man, shook his head and smiled. "The son is asking for a terrible question." Chen Pingon glanced at the bag. The old Taoist knowingly patted the bag he was carrying with him, and smiled. "There is nothing else, just a bunch of depressed bags, full of complaints, so I won't open it for the son, lest there be a miasma." The veteran Taoist glanced at the young scholar who was still sleeping on Celadon. After taking his gaze back, he glanced at the road outside and exclaimed, "There is nothing else to ask for, just for the meaning of the Taiji book. There is no other person. It is Handan Road. Left person." Chen Pingon smiled and got up immediately, took 2 steps back, and said, "Junior Chen Pingon, pay homage to Lu Zhu." The old Taoist priest named Lu Zhu by Chen Pinganzun waved his hand, motioned to sit down and talked, and asked, "Zhongtu Shenzhou Liang Shuang, Mr. Juluzu Fire Dragon, Taoist son, the mysterious capital of the Qingming world, have they ever broken territory?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "Never broke the border." The old Taoist sighed and looked up at the sky. "The spirit is too weak, and the way is beyond the sky. The 5 elements are so angry that the sun and the moon are square inches." Chen Pingon sat cross-legged and smiled and said, "The wine flows into the big river, and people climb the yellow crane tower. The Taoism is brilliant, and the past and the present are different." The old Taoist shook his head in surprise, and smiled, "Pour a piece of cake, and relieve one's sorrow." Chen Pingon curiously asked, "Does the old generation have a relationship with the Huangliang kingdom of Aquarius Island?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "Poor Dao's native place is right there. It's just that I left home and wandered very early. On the contrary, I spent more years in the Qingming world than my hometown." The old Taoist immediately smiled and played with a taste. If the poor Dao in the early years was mixed with the sword of the cicada, the man surnamed Shin might not be able to retreat. Chen Pingon does not comment on this. "In fact, this is a kind of," said one offends two, at a loss. Chen Pingon asked again, "Has the senior ever met an old tree spirit?" The old Taoist thought for a while, nodded and said, "By chance, I have pointed it to some practice." Before Chen Pingon was involved in the discussion of the Zhongtu Confucian temple, he wandered through more than 30 houses in the Yuanyang Zhuozhai. Li Huai, who was with him, only picked one favorite object, which was a bonsai, a fist-sized stone, and a seal carving. The word mountain immortal can of course also be regarded as xianshan. There is a pocket-sized old willow tree entrenched at the root of the mountain. Under the tree stands an old tree elder looking at the sea. He looks like an old man, only 3 inches tall, old and temperamental. Even bigger, claiming to be the old heavenly sovereign from the south of the city, there seems to be a ban on the immortal family, suppressing the realm. When the old man saw a customer, whenever he had the intention of buying, he began to curse with his arms on his hips, spitting and persuading them to rise in the daytime. Later, I heard Li Huai say that this old tree spirit said that he had seen a sword immortal with the Taoist name Pure Yang in the early years. One after another broke the border. This kind of speech can be heard halfway through. Sure enough, the old tree exactly has a relationship with the Taoist name Pure Yang Lu Zhu. Chen Pingon asked again, "Old seniors and that burden?" The old Taoist laughed and said, "Good vision, poor Dao and the ancestor of the Burdensai can be regarded as old friends." The scholar woke up in a daze, and just had a dream of enjoying the glory and prosperity of the world. At this moment, he looked around blankly and saw that the old Taoist priest was still sitting beside him, and the lodge owner was still unfamiliar, but it was more than just before. A man in a green shirt and an entourage. The scholar was stunned for a long time, and finally sighed and worshipped the old Taoist priest. After thanking him, he said that he knew the truth of life, honor and disgrace, love between men and women, life and death. When the scholar was about to leave, Chen Pingon quietly waved his sleeves, and the clouds rose. Suddenly, on the open space in front of the hostel, there was an old locust tree with dense branches and leaves, and several acres of clear shade. The scholar was dizzy, as if he was still in his dream, and when he looked around, he no longer saw the old Taoist priests and the green-shirt guest. He saw a green oil trolley driving out of the hole of the big locust tree and driving 4 tall horses. There is a purple-clothed messenger, holding a jade wat, kneeling down to the scholar, claiming to be from a neighboring country. His Majesty admires talent. The scholar is agitated, but there is still a little bit of uncertainty. The figure drew up the curtain with a slender jade hand. The girl's country was beautiful, and she and the scholar had an affectionate eyebrows. The scholar suddenly flickered, and when he was indecisive, the beauty looked resentful and bit her lip. The purple waiter fell on the ground and spoke earnestly. The scholar finally moved forward and boarded the car. Suddenly, all the green oil trolley, the purple-clothed waiter, the national beauty and the big locust tree all turned into smoke and dispersed. The scholar fell to the ground, rubbing his butt, aching. It was finally decided that it was not a dream now. The old Taoist suddenly laughed with his palm, wonderful. At the same time, Chen Pingan and Xiaomo also replaced a landscape painting, but in Chen Pingan's heart lake, there was a ripple in the heart of the old Taoist priest, saying that a certain place in Huangliang country left a sword art. Chen Pingan and Xiaomo came to a place where the heat was rising. There was a drought. There was no rain for 3 months, the rivers and lakes were dry, the grains were not harvested, and the land, thousands of miles away, was full of vegetation. Chen Pingan performed a water technique to lower the rain, but after offering the magic technique, he would return to the original place, and if he wanted to protect himself from the wind, he would just go back in time. During the drought season, there was no harvest, and the people's logistics moved. Along the way, the bones were full of bones, and the eyes were full of terrible human tragedies. Before encountering a group of women, children who were about to fall dead on the way, Chen Pingan squatted down and gave them drinks and food. It only slides through the throat and intestines, and falls straight to the ground. Chen Pingan was squatting on the spot and did not get up for a long time. Xiaomo comforted, "My son, they are all fake." Chen Pingan nodded and shook his head, "It used to be true." After getting up and rushing on the road again, Xiaomo glanced at the son's face, and it was no different. Later, I encountered a county town. Someone in the city opened warehouses for disaster relief. It had been many days since they had set up a porridge shop. However, a group of gangsters who heard the news rushed past. By the time Chen Pingan entered the city, he was already like a purgatory on earth. Inside the family portal where all the houses were dead, there was a young man who fell in a pool of blood, with tears on his face, and turned his head hard to look at an old man who was hacked to death. The young man and his father repeatedly said that since ancient times, disaster relief needs military guards. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? Chen Pingan sat on the courtyard steps covered with blood and corpses, stood up, and came to the young scholar, trying to hold his hand gently, but it was an afterimage, but Chen Pingan's hand still hovered in place. Whispered softly, "Don't be afraid. For you good people, walking through this world is already walking through hell." After that, I walked out of the county town, and Xiaomo came to a dry river on the outskirts of a state town. Officials with chapped lips were praying for rain, but the folk custom of the Dragon King was doing in the city. Chen Ping squatted on the other side of the river, reached out and grabbed a handful of broken soil. He listened to the official's hoarse voice praying for rain. After reading it, he started from the beginning. After Chen Pingan got up, he shrank and walked to the other bank of the river, standing on the other side of the river. Next to the incense case, he took out the pen and paper, and helped rewrite a prayer for rain. After handing it to the yellow-faced official, the latter, with the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse doctor, was about to recite the prayer for rain, which was incompatible with the etiquette system. Just after reading the beginning, the official looked hurriedly, turning his head and looking at the man in the green shirt, as if asking with his eyes, "Is it really okay? Will it really not cause more disasters?" Because the content of praying for rain on that piece of paper is too disrespectful. Generally speaking, this kind of rain prayer books have a standard similar to the officialdom, mixed with some respectful language, similar to sincere and fearful. Start with, "I want to write to the rain teacher," and then write some spring rain as an imperial edict, Xia Yuru, the Book of Forgiveness. And the letter of prayer for rain in his hand begins with, "Feng Bo Yu, Electric Mother Lei Jun, listen to my edict, and those who violate it will be cut." So when the official endorsed the book, his voice trembled, that is, it has been too long since he had a drink. Otherwise, he would have been sweating. When he finished reading that rebellious prayer for rain, the official felt relieved and suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, the clouds were thick, the thunder was rolling, the lightning was thundering, and in an instant there was heavy rain, and the land of thousands of miles was full of nectar. Xiao Imo raised his head and whispered, "The sun," before in the county seat, he almost handed the sword without holding it back. If he hacked it to death, he couldn't get used to it, because he has been deliberately disgusting Sun. Chen Pingan reached out and followed the raindrops the size of soybeans. In fact, it has nothing to do with your fellow Taoist. Xiao Imo smiled and said, "To be honest, if Xiao Imo sees this kind of scenes before 10,000 years ago, he will only feel relieved. It's indifferent. It's different now. Maybe it's been a long time with the sun, and the ears and eyes have become so soft." "Son, is this the difference between a cultivator and a cultivator?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's not all good to become a Taoist from ancient times to a Taoist priest. Just talking about the speed of practice will definitely slow down." After that, Chen Pingan and Xiao Imo came to a new place, a land of a county. It turned out that there was a river in the county, and it has been flooded since ancient times. Chen Pingan found that he was transformed into a prefect of a county's parents. Not yet married. Because he roughly knew the way of the god, Chen Pingan had no idea of using spells and began to befriend the rich in counties and counties. As for how to manage the water, Chen Pingan had a clear plan. After all, in addition to Zhu Lian's construction method, there are also many books by the Nanyuan National Engineering Department. They have been carefully read, and they are more than enough to be a waterman for the court. Chen Pingan has taken Xiaomao and a group of subordinates to inspect the city. After the geography of the riverbed outside, it was found that only a fish-mouth diversion was needed. Bamboo cages were needed to hold the rocks, and the water was tired and blocked. Afterwards, flat flutes and spillways were opened. Chen Pingan just copied and used the doorway knowledge detailed in ancient books. Later, I walked through the door to ask for money with local wealthy people. I also saw some high-level anecdotes and various trends in the market. One of them once patted the table in person and said, "We who study sages and sage books are all doing kung fu on the tsunami." At the end of the year, the wealthy man was only willing to give out 50 taels of silver. At the beginning of the year, he ran a piglet from his pig pen to his neighbor. He felt unlucky, so he sold it to the neighbor at the market price. Jean's big pig ran to the house again. As a result, the rich man still had to pay according to the market price at the beginning of the year, so he fought a lawsuit and brought trouble to the county office. Chen Pin gone, the county guard, so I looked for a chance to take this matter, ask the teacher, and make a big fuss. That's why the master Mao Kai, who was doing kung fu on Gangchang, went to the door overnight and took an extra 100 taels of silver. The biggest gateway in the county city was still retired from the Ministry of Rights of the capital. He had no children at his knees and only had a daughter. He claimed to be his daughter. Many of his writings, history, Qingmo, and provincial master examination papers. If it were a son, dozens of champions in Jinshi would have been hit early. When Chen Pin gone took the initiative to visit and learn from Taoism, the old man had served as a scoring officer. Even if he spoke with the county guard, he still regarded himself as an official elder. He said that the imperial examination system is well done, and it's up to you. Things are all a whip and a mark, a slap and a palm of blood. But if the imperial examination essays were poorly done, and the lack of fire was not enough, whatever you do will be wild fox sen, evil spirits outside. Chen Pin gone, a young prefect who came from a clear stream, has no choice but to nod vigorously. Otherwise, you won't be able to cheat money. The old man talked about the sadness. The son-in-law who entered the Zhua's mansion was both right and talented. He refused to start a career. The young county governor was kind to comfort him. He only needs to raise a son early and teach him to read. After receiving my grandfather's Jinshi incense, what was the difficulty? At the end, he also said categorically, in this way, the lattice seal is still extremely stable. The old man was exasperated, and when he was happy, he gave 3,000 taels of silver. Xiao Mo, an entourage of the county guard, watched and listened, and only felt that he had learned a lot of humanity outside of books. In this scroll of heaven and earth, there are 3 colorful figures. In addition to this high-rise old man who was soon returned to the center of the imperial court by a paper from the capital, there is also a poor talent who has been trapped in the house for many years. The last one of the old man of the cooked food case is the old man Mao Kai, who has a wealth of money and ran away a pig at the beginning of the year and a big pig at the end of the year. When the old man moved back to the capital with his family, the old man became black and white. But when Chen Pin gone completed the water conservancy project, there was no more worries about water and waterlogging in his jurisdiction, and he was commended by the imperial court, but he was found brother Mao Kai and Cheong Xiucai are still in color. Chen Pin gone thought about it a bit, and had to visit the latter's house in a private visit. He saw the poor man saying goodbye to his wife at the door, patted his chest to ensure that the test was taken. Be patient for more than a month, you are definitely a lady of Jurin. The woman wiped her tears and said with a smile, I hope that both the wealth and the wealth will strive for some glory for the ancestor, and show some poverty for the lady, and then she will worship the sky and the earth. The result happened to be that Chen Pin gone, the county guard, was good at managing the waters. The court ordered an exception to be a state school, and served as the chief examiner of this examination. From the examination papers, he extracted the imperial scholar's essay and circled his name. Painting is considered to be promoted to Jurin. From this moment on, as soon as he became a scholar of Master Jurin, he became black and white. As for that brother Mao Kai, when he was ill, he was still in color when he was dying. Chen Pin gone was puzzled and had to sneak into the other's house and found that the man's hand was stretched out from the sheet, with outstretched, and he refused to swallow. Take one last breath. Chen Pin gone couldn't laugh or cry, so he pushed the door to enter, lit the oil lamp with 2 dung grasses on the table, and picked out one. When everyone looked at, the man on the bed nodded and lowered his hands, instantly losing his breath. Xiao Mo leaned against the door and shook his head helplessly. When Chen Pin gone walked out of the house, the picture scroll changed, and Xiao Mo seemed to be on the edge of the battlefield. The 2 armies were facing each other, only separated by a river. The riders and the characters were all ancient appearances. One side is strong, and the monarch is laughing with the soldiers around him. The enemy has more than enough soldiers, lack of benevolence and righteousness, and lack of benevolence and righteousness. After seeing that the other side was crossing the river with soldiers and horses, the military division suggested to the benevolent and righteous monarch to fight halfway. Not allowed, the two armies fought and were defeated. Chen Pingan kept watching from the sidelines. After the two scrolls were restored to their original shape, he went to the army and came to the car with the only colored figure. The latter asked, "Is the widow wrong?" Chen Pingan was silent with both hands hanging over his sleeves. How do the history books of later generations say that there are no people? Chen Pingan remained silent. Don't talk about history books, where's the marketplace, what about barnyard official history? The monarch was full of sadness and tears. He patted Che Shi repeatedly, and said in grief and anger, "There must be a good thing, right?" Chen Pingan still did not give the answer directly. The right thing, the good thing, the immediate thing, the behind the scenes, the current, the eternal, are mixed together. How can we distinguish clearly? What's more, you are not a cultivator. In your position, you must always take care of the safety of the people of a country. As a battle master, you must always win the battle before you. This subjugated nation prince shouted benevolence and righteousness several times, and his figure disappeared. After that, Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo met a lot of weird people and things. The two wandered in a flat boat on a moonlit night, drifting unsteadily with the water. When they reached an ancient bridge, they saw a picturesque small building, standing close to the edge of the water. It turned out that whenever there was a clear breeze and a bright moon, a woman's ethereal figure could be seen, between the curved sills of the corridor. Wandering and leaning, lingering and afflicted, throwing money into the water. Further on, thousands of miles away, Chen Pingan finally saw a handsome young man with a colorful stature. In the busy market, he let his servant kneel and sit on his back, ordering the book boy to play the flute and the crotch servant to work. When Wanha flew, the servant started a little bit slowly. The son was dumbfounded, and he couldn't make a sound of tears. So he got up and ran wildly, jumped into a pond next to him, and committed suicide by throwing water, but he was quickly picked up by the servant and kept dropping. Chen Pingan asked Xiao Mo to do the work to help deliver the letters. For such a gifted and beautiful woman, even if the feelings are true, Chen Pingan does not bother to be the matchmaker. After arriving at a mountainside, an old monk brought a young novice down the mountain and met a woman. The old monk only said that the tiger at the foot of the mountain can eat people and cannot be approached, and must be avoided. When he returned to the mountain, the little novice monk looked calm, touched his little bald head, and said to the master, "I don't want everything, I just want the cannibal tiger under the mountain, and I always feel reluctant to let him go." Chen Pingan held back a laugh. After returning to the ruined temple in the mountains, the old monk actually chopped the wooden Buddha statue for firewood when it was cold, and immediately started to build a fire to warm him, turning his head to look at the scholar in the blue shirt who had gone to Beijing to take the exam. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Monk, you do it, I can't do it." The old monk asked why he couldn't do it. "Isn't it true that you never worship Buddha?" Chen Pingan just didn't move. So the master and apprentice went down the mountain and the old monk returned to the temple to chop the picture scroll of the Buddha statue and burn wood. In the end, Xiao Mo couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but talk to the old monk. The old monk stood up and smiled, bowed his head with Xiao Mo, folded his hands together. After the rain, Dao met an old woman, ragged and straddling a steed, with gorgeous saddles and bridles, which seemed a bit nondescript. The old woman looked kind, stopped her horse quickly, and asked softly, "Where is the son?" Chen Pingan said that he was going to visit relatives in the suburbs. The old woman said, "The road is too long and there are many tigers. It is better to let me go to the humble house for a temporary rest, and leave early the next day, so I have to be calm. Chen Pingan thanked him. The old woman rode a horse and walked slowly, leading the two of them along a secluded path for about 3 or 4 miles. The light in the forest was faintly visible. The old woman pointed at the light with a whip and said with a smile. The house can be described as the 4 walls, except for the wooden bed and table, only a lantern hung on the wall. A woman slowly raised her head, plucking her temples, and her face was bleak. After that, the old woman's hospitality was quite plentiful, all of which were fish, but to replace pots with pots, Chen Pingan and Xiaomo need to fold branches as chopsticks, but the fish and rice are cold, which is difficult for ordinary people to swallow, but to Chen Pingan, it is nothing. After the meal, Chen Pingan sat at the table. The earth was rugged and the table was slanted. Chen Pingan went to the woods outside the house, chopped firewood to make blocks, and cushioned the table legs. The old woman thanked him, and the woman caught the lamp lice. Chen Pingan didn't ask Chinku people why the food and hospitality were so great, he just took out the dry tobacco sticks and began to swallow the clouds. The woman stared at it several times, and she still wanted to talk. Chen Pingan asked, dared to ask the old mother, "What time is it now?" The old woman replied with a smile, "Just after the Chinese New Year, the previous meal was delivered by the host." Chen Pingan nodded suddenly and got up to leave, because there was only one room and it was inconvenient to spend the night, but he only said that he was in a hurry. The old woman couldn't keep it, so she said, "The son has traveled more than 50 miles along the previous road. There is an inn. My husband is working there. He is hunched and lame. He is easy to recognize. I begged the son to be annoying. Urged him to send some copper coins back in a hurry, only that he had enough food and clothing at home." Chen Pingan and Xiaomo left the forest house. "If there is no accident, look at this place at dawn, but see the ancient mound slumped, half dumped in the thorns of basil." The two of them did not rush, walked to the inn on foot, and passed a large-scale tomb halfway, the pines and cypresses. It was dawning, and I saw an old man with a hunchback and lame, claiming to be an official's tombkeeper, working as a part-time job at the post station, and his wife was the servant girl in the official's house when he was alive. The old man said he wanted to borrow money. Go to the fragrant candle shop that specializes in fun business and buy some paper money. Chen Pingan took out some broken silver and gave it to the elderly, reminding him not to forget to buy paper money, house carts, horses, paper clothes and other things at the incense candle shop. It is best to ask the shop for a paper cigarette stick, together with tobacco was burned together. Xiaomo looked at the back of the old man staggering away, and asked in his heart, "My son, does this well-informed fellow Wudong Daoist already know my pseudonym and Tao name now?" The pseudonym is unfamiliar, and the Taoist name likes candles. Since it is the birth of life, it is also the birth of living beings. Chen Pingan shook his head, that fellow Taoist's intentions may have more meaning. After waiting for a while, the old man burned paper money and other things in front of the grave as agreed, and Chen Pingan and Xiaomo also changed a picture scroll. It was actually an ancestral temple. Above the incense case, there was a covenant oath. The two words above, one is solid as a rock, and the other erratic, look at the content, the former is a woman's oath, showing colorful, but the man's oath, such as the flowing water was undulating, but it was pale in color, like ashes. It turned out that it was a local infatuated man and woman who often came to this temple to swear. If either party violates the vow, it will be held by the gods and convicted. Xiaomo raised his head and glanced at the two deity statues in the temple, one high and one low. The taller painted deity is the face of the young master, and the lower one is the face of Xiaomo. Xiaomo smiled. He hasn't seen him for 10,000 years. This fellow Taoist just learned these fancy magic techniques. Chen Pingon took the oath to testify with self, sighed, and looked into the distance. With the magical powers of a party of gods, it is undoubtedly the infatuated woman and the grief. The former has died by vomiting blood and became lonely. Soul, wild, ghost, the corpse stopped in a Taoist temple, and the man, who was a little clever, had moved to the land of Jiangyi. He had already married and established a business, and he had clung to high branches. A concubine of scholars. As a local god, Chen Pingon moved slightly in his mind, shrank the mountains and rivers, and came to the border of his jurisdiction in one step, but it was difficult to move forward. Xiao Mo suddenly said, "Cracks are beginning to appear in the golden body of the temple." Chen Pingon nodded, and looked around the boundaries of the land. He found a local high-profile guest who was famous for being a chivalrous spirit. Then he entrusted a dream to this person, telling him the reason, and gave him a daughter as the entanglement in Beijing. After waking up from the dream, the high roller rode on a horse and rushed to the land of Jiangyi day and night without saying a word. In less than half a month, outside the Taoist temple where the spirits were stopped, there was a powerful man with a halberd and fist, leaping on a horse with a sword, and running through a few doors. Carrying a package on his back, immediately before the coffin, he lifted his beard and yelled that the heartless person had already been killed. Then Hao Xia unwrapped the package, loaded with a head, threw it out hard, and rolled off to the ground. It was the head of the grieving man. The female ghost wandering outside the Taoist temple, with dim tears, and the tyrant who left on the horse, gave a blessing, gratitude, and then turned to the two local gods in the Taoist temple and bowed down to thank you. After that, he changed his identities and became two literati who visited friends. Near the friend's house, there is a rumor that there is a ghost house that has been abandoned for many years. Every night, on the pink wall, there are many bones and hideous faces. A merchant ventilated privately with the subordinates of the government, took a chance, moved his hands and feet on the deed of the house, and turned the house into a private house, which turned out to be a hot potato. Asking Taoist priests to go to the altar to do it, the eminent monk said, "It will not be a problem." Instead, he was teased by ghosts and said with a joke, "A person with a Taoist skill is more than that." Later, Chen Pings and their friends did not believe in evil and thought they were upright gentlemen who had read sages' books, and they were also officials, so why not be afraid of this thing? As a result, I was so scared that I fled back in embarrassment after less than a stick of incense. I really don't know who can surrender in the world. Chen Ping'an took Xiao Mo to the ghost house in the dark, strolling in the courtyard, the horrible vision on the wall, and the infiltrating noises, just turning a blind eye to hearing. Xiao Mo was holding a trekking stick, and after holding one hand, he suddenly widened his eyes, and went to look at the blood-stained face on the wall. On the contrary, the latter seemed to be taken aback by this guy. Then Xiao Mo turned his head and smiled. He asked, "My son, what should we do? Here, our swordsmanship and supernatural powers are obviously useless, so how can we reduce demons and exorcise demons? Is it possible to use affection to understand reason? Or to spend money to buy from the merchant? Let's put a seal on the door after the land lease is released." Chen Pingon leaned on the pillars with his arms around his chest, looked at the wall, smiled and said, "The way of the world, the difference between yin and yang, fascinating and different paths, and mediocrity. As long as you can respect ghosts and gods and stay away, nothing will happen." There was a faint sigh from the wall. A woman in colorful clothes, beautiful makeup, and curly tinting walked out of the wall and fell to the ground. "Mr. S. words are comforting." The female ghost suddenly smiled like a flower. A door opened on the wall, and the woman stepped in first, turning her head and beckoning. Xiao Mo couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to be so bent?" "That fellow Taoist has been playing with these little tricks, trying to figure something out." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "The boat will naturally be straight when it reaches the bridge head, so it's a roadside tour to see flowers." Chen Pingon almost mistakenly thought he had arrived at Baiwafudi. Along the way, the strange flowers and plants, and the woman who accompanies each other, have all kinds of charm and variety. Finally, I came to a gorgeous hall. Outside the hall, there was a girl who looked like a roll call, and reported the names of Chen Pingon and the two human scribes. The girl was only 5 years old, she was slender and weak, she walked slowly, suspicious of joints. After Chen Pingon took Xiao Mo across the threshold, he saw the lady in the palace sitting high. Feng Yi made an appointment, wearing a green crown on her head, like a concubine. There are more than 10 maids in the hall, all of them are beautiful. As a result, the lady who sat in the main seat said that you are both talented scholars, and she began to ask for singing and poetry. Chen Pingon was just drinking, a kind of so-called 100-flower cream. As soon as he heard that he wanted to sing with poems, he asked Xiao Mo to do it for him. Good guy, Xiao Mo didn't have stage fright at all, raised his glass and got up, and directly gave dozens of poems about flowers and plants, and they were all collections of poems that Xiao Mo pieced together. Chen Pingon lowered his head to support his forehead, and did not dare to see anyone. Those women were very supportive, surprised, and seemed to be impressed by Xiao Mo's talents. In the end, even if Xiao Mo helped the fool pass the level, both of them were still holding wine glasses in their hands, and Xiao Mo smiled and said, "I always feel that I'm still in the mood." Chen Pingon threw the slightly heavy wine glass in his hand to Xiao Mo, and patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder again. In the future, I will ask more about swords and fight less about poems. Already in a busy market, there are elderly people who carry flowers and sell them. They are white and red, very cute. When the sun was warm, the old man unloaded his shoulders, took out a fan, and fanned the breeze. Even if the old man is not a colorful figure, only the folding fan in his hand is really not like a village man's hand. Above the fan, there is a fan. Poem. The handwriting is graceful, the words are beautiful women's thoughts, and there is an inscription at the end of the fan. Chen Pingon patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder again. Xiao Mo looked puzzled. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Isn't it still unfinished? By coincidence, I have memorized so many books, learned a lot of knowledge, and learned a lot of things at a fair price. The next step is to use it." Xiao Mo was puzzled, but Chen Pingon looked more pretending to be stupid, and smiled, "Don't be stunned," and quickly asked the old man the source of the fan. "If I pretend to be your entourage, you will say that you are the scholars who came to Beijing to rush for the exam. Maybe there will be a wedding night in the bridal chamber waiting for you." Xiao Mo glanced at the fan, frowned, then shook his head. "This young lad's poem is really like Xiao Mo's," Chen Pingon said with a serious face. "Xiao Mo, what's the matter? Are so many talented scholars and beautiful ladies' novels in vain? This kind of poetry sings and praises each other's poems, and must not be added. To portray talents and beautiful ladies, we must say their poems. No matter how well they are written, novelists have to write many good poems for them." Xiao Mo's head was as big as a dustpan. After that, as the sun said, he was almost going to spend a candle night with a young woman in the bridal chamber, but in the end, the two parties exchanged the token of love, which was regarded as an affair and passed this level. Seeing Gongzi's expression a little dignified, Xiao Mo immediately asked in his heart, "Master, is it a series of calculations?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "It's not a calculation, it's a shame." After that, Chen Pingon became the king of a country in a peaceful and prosperous age. He acted absurdly. He had just given a talented young girl as the champion. There was a constant stream of people seeking calligraphy and poetry. During the period of the girl, I saw one in the building. The young scholar who waited hard, because of his lameness, he used subtle words and sarcasm. The scholar was born a tycoon, but he didn't know what the young girl meant to be teasing. Made a big joke, from then on, holding a grudge, dropped the glass, and said furiously, "Did the daughter of the living Prime Minister bully me, the son of the dead Prime Minister?" This person kept planning, causing the girl's portal to cause a series of misfortunes. Fortunately, her father was a high-powered official, and was also a leader of the Qinglu. It was still difficult to settle a series of disturbances, and waited until one day. Discussing the matter with his daughter, the talent of Shang Shu understands the reason for the twists and turns, and then he finds a son-in-law for his daughter's list. There is an extra son-in-law in the family. After that, the son-in-law joins forces to deal with the conspiracy and tricks that claim to be the son of the dead Prime Minister. Logically speaking, the ending is of course that evil does not suppress the righteousness, and people are happy. But Qin Pingan, the ninth five-sovereign monarch, just watched the farce coldly. At the critical moment, he did not say a word of justice for the official Shangshu who was imprisoned, let alone the number one who was about to travel thousands of miles. The decree of life-saving, only before the old girl who had been a woman, was about to become a church club, did she put down a secret decree, and then left the palace. Looking at the embroidered building in the distance, the emperor asked the man, thinking back then, "What was in your mind when you were here? Now that it has been so many years, can you still remember it?" The lame man nodded, saying that he remembered it clearly. After that, His Majesty the Emperor who got the real answer went to the so-called imprisonment. Through the iron bars, he looked at the old Shangshu who was kowtow. Your Majesty the Emperor knelt down and asked the celestial official if he still remembered. "I remember a sentence from that year." The thatched old Shangshu was dazed, and His Majesty the Emperor reminded him, "What was your first sentence after learning that the lame young man was teased by your daughter for the first time?" Where did Lao Shangshu remember those old things, so he had to continue to kowtow and ask His Majesty for extra-legal mercy. Just listen to the Emperor's Majesty slowly saying, "You said it's all right at the time, and then you started to discuss with your daughter how to clean up the mess." Lao Shangshu raised his head, becoming more and more at a loss. Where did he go wrong? Chen Pingan stood up, looked at the master Shangshu who was a real person in history, and asked, "It's all right? Why is it all?" Finally, Chen Pingan said heartily, "Open the door." Xiao Mo sighed, that fellow Wudong Daoist really opened the door. Then they came to a cliff cave and saw a Taoist man sitting and passing away, his nose hanging from a jade tendon and a ruler, a gold-shining treasure book in his sleeve, and an ancient pine crutch at his feet. After Chen Pingan and Xiao Mo appeared here, the long river of time began to slowly flow backwards, and the lame man came back to life, standing up, pick up the crutches, and backward walking. The Taoist learns 100 birds' language in the countryside, and walks in the market with clothes and clothes, sings and walks, hangs a scoop on his waist, sips water and drank alcohol, drunk in the wind and rain, sleeps on the road, is good at drawing dragons, and spits out alcohol on ruined paper. On the upper side, the smoke puffs up and the scales are vivid. Time went back 100 years, until the lame Taoist recovered his youthful appearance and traveled to an isolated island overseas. There are survivors on the islands and mountains. The folk customs are simple and admired for writing, but there is no teacher, and he has never learned a school. This person wrote a word on his palm. Taught to those young children who came to inquire about the text, only charged 1 word for each word. For several years, copper coins piled up like a mountain. Chen Pingan also visited the house, and every other month, with this person who had no master's name but had the truth of the master, he only asked for 1 word. The only requirement was that the book was on paper, not in the palm of his hand. So Chen Pingan must bring wine. In the end, Chen Pingan used 7 pots of wine and 7 copper coins in exchange for 7 pieces of paper and 7 words. Spring. Book. Sound of water. Mountain. Sword. Water. Simple. This landscape painting took the most time. Looking at the burning degree of the White Horse's Gap talisman, almost 3 months have passed. After that, Chen Ping'an and Xiao Mo came to the last picture of the lives of others. After a great war, there were cake sellers in rural shops. Every evening, a woman came to the shop with copper coins in her hand. She could just buy a piece of cake. The shop owner asked the reason and said that her husband had not returned home. Life or death is unknown, the children at home are hungry, so they can only come here to buy cakes to satisfy their hunger. The shop owner didn't doubt it at first, but after a long time, he found that in the money jar, he would get a piece of paper money every day. Some neighbors said that ghosts came here to buy cakes. The next day, the shop owner took all the buyers' money. They all quietly poured into the water bowl. It turned out that it was the woman's copper coin, floating in the water, but not sinking to the bottom of the bowl alone, and she was frightened suddenly. On the 3rd day, the woman came to buy bread again, and the shopkeeper pretended to not know the truth. Just waiting for the woman to leave, she immediately called her neighbors in the neighborhood, lit torches, and chased the woman. Looking back, the woman looked complicated, like a bird, looming, and finally everyone found a dilapidated coffin inside. People are bones, only the baby in the coffin is like alive, no different from a living person, holding a bread in his hand, and he is not afraid of seeing people. The people felt pity and embraced it, and the ghost woman stood in the distance, raising their sleeves to cover their faces, and there was a whimper. After that, every night, if the child is unable to sleep, it seems that someone is babbling and tapping on the bedding, and the child sleeps soundly. One day after that, the woman finally disappears, and the child grows up. Yangxiu's daily life is no different from ordinary people, but she often cries silently, just because she can't remember his parents' appearance. Chen Pingan stayed in this picture all the time, doing nothing, saying nothing. Xiao Mo didn't urge, but just accompanied his son quietly, or walked in the afterglow of the dusk, or stood by the shop, or followed the people holding torches, walking in the night, or sitting on the steps outside the door, listening to the children in the house waking up to a deep sleep. Until 10 hours have been used up, Xiao Mo again stood in the cake shop with his son this day, and the two stood beside the bowl of water. Chen Pingan still watched the sight of the copper coin not sinking into the water again and again. Xiao Mo, he sighed and said softly in his heart, "My son, you can break the illusion here only by telling the truth in one word. It's time for us to go." Chen Pingan's lips moved slightly, but he remained silent. Xiao Mo hesitated to speak several times, but finally did not speak. The truth is too cruel. It may be that the woman has not died, and the baby has died prematurely. Just like the man who has never returned to his hometown, he may have died in a foreign land, he may not have died, who knows? Xiao Mo suddenly looked up, the surrounding scene disappeared, and a sycamore tree appeared in front of him, as if growing in the water. However, Chen Pingan lowered his head, just looking down at the towering tree that seemed to hang upside down. A plain tree with yellow and fallen leaves all over the ground. Xiao Mo glanced at it. It was the flowing scene of that leaf and the world, walking around and watching flowers, each with his own life. In an instant, the originally bright and glorious world became dim and unclear, and there was another light floating above the water. After that, it was scattered like the stars in the sky and scattered among the mountains and the earth, gradually dense, bright and shining, tens of millions, uncountable. Xiao Mo suddenly subconsciously moved one step horizontally. It turned out that it was Chen Pingan who was beside him unknowingly, but he had already become the appearance of wearing a bright red robe, his face blurred, and his body and soul were all intertwined with crisscrossing lines. About Imo was overwhelmed by a town demon tower. There was a blur of afterimages flashing through his body, the sound of souls crisscrossing, and the trembling loudly. It was far better than the sound of gold and stone in the world, just like the appearance of several swords of the Great Wall at the same time. The Last Hermit, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.